In today's video, we are diving into something super exciting. We are going to build an AI powered recruiter voice agent, a smart assistant that can actually conduct interview with candidate just like a real recruiter. Using the power of React, Next.js and the cutting edge AI technology, we will create a full stack SaaS application from the scratch. Whether you are a developer looking to level up your AI skill or someone interested in how AI can change the hiring forever, this series is for you. Hey there and welcome back to TubeGuruji channel. Today in this video we're gonna build a full stack SaaS application completely from the scratch. Let me walk through the application first and then we'll talk about all the tech stack which we are going to use to build this AI recruiter voice agent application. If you see, we have this beautiful landing screen and obviously you have option to authenticate to our application in order to access the dashboard. So I will just go to the dashboard and here we have this login screen. You can just log in with a Google and once you sign in, you will jump onto this beautiful dashboard. Once you jump on the dashboard, you will see this. We have this beautiful sidebar with some options and you also have option to create a new interview or you can see all the previously created interview list as well. Let's take an example that you want to create an interview for certain job position. So I will click on this create new interview and then it will jump on to this form where you can fill some basic information. Let's take an example that you want to create an interview for full stack React developer position. Then enter the job description just like this and then you can even select the duration for this particular interview, whether it's a 15 minutes, 30 minutes and so on. Let's select you want to create an interview for 30 minutes. Then you also have option to select the different type of interview, like for example you want to add a question like technical, behavioral or any others and simply click generate question. Depends on your selection, job position and the interview type, it will generate a real question with the help of AI models. And if you see, it generated some of the question. You also see the different types of question, which category it belong to and everything. And depends on the duration as well, it will create number of questions. At the last, you will see an option that you have option to create an interview link and just click on that and it will generate the unique interview link for you. See, obviously you have option to share this link with the candidates. You can even just copy this link and then share it. If you go back to the dashboard, here you will see just newly created interview. Anytime you can copy this link and share it with the candidate as well. Now, once you open this link, you will jump onto this interview start page where you can join the interview by entering the name and also you need to enter the email and simply just click join interview. And here you jump on the interview now.
Hi Guruji, how are you? Ready for your interview on full stack React developer?
Yes, I'm pretty excited.
Awesome. Let's dive right in. Can you tell me about a time you effectively collaborated with a team to solve a problem or ship a feature? What was your role and how did you contribute?
So I work as a team lead and in that time I used to manage all the tasks which is given, also dividing a task among the different team members and make sure to complete that in a time. Also, if you face any issue or any teammates face any issue, we used to gather all the points that we can solve as a team member.
Nice. Sounds like you took on both leadership and problem solving roles effectively. Collaboration and clear task distribution make a big difference in team success. All right, next up. Can you briefly describe your experience with backend technologies like Node, JS, or Express? Have
Uh,
you worked on building APIs or contributed to backend code bases?
can you repeat the question again?
Sure thing. Can you briefly describe your experience with backend technologies like Node.js or Express? Have you worked on building APIs or contributed to backend code bases?
And this way actual real voice agent will talk with you and conduct the interview for for the AI recruiter with the help of all this AI technology. And at the last, once you complete the interview, disconnect the call, it will automatically generate the feedback, and this feedback is available for the recruiter. If I go to the schedule interview option over here, you will find that one candidate gave this interview for this full stack React developers. On this particular section or page, you can even see or view all the details. For example, if I click view details, and you will see all the job descriptions, the job title, whatever the duration or type you selected, that information you will see along with the interview question. Then here, if I click on view report, you can even see the report of the candidate which just gave the interview along with the technical skills, the rating out of 10, and overall rating as well. How cool, right? Not only that, but it also generates the summary about your experience, and at the bottom you will see the recommendation message. Whether this candidate is recommended or not depends on his interview. This is out of world, and this is the one of the best application that you gonna learn how to build it for free. Over here we have this all interview section where you will find all the interview. Now, in order to convert this application into a SaaS, we also added a billing section where you will find that how many interview you can create. Right now, obviously, you have option to create 22 more interview in this for this particular user. But anytime if you want to add more interview credits, you have option to buy those credits as well. With the help of PayPal payment gateway, we added this credits functionality. Whenever you want, just click on it, and then we added this beautiful integration to make a payment as well. After filling all the details, entering the billing information, and then it generate or added the credit for you. So this all the application which we are going to build it completely from the scratch, and I'm gonna teach you everything from the basic, explaining each step, showing the mockup in which chapter what we are going to build. Everything I'm gonna explain you along with the flow diagram, application workflow at each step. This application will not possible without Vapi.ai, which is the voice AI agent for the developers, which help us to integrate a real voice AI agent into our application, which help us to build this AI recruiter interview taker application. If you want to join this Vapi, click the link in the description to get a free credits so that you can integrate this Vapi into your real application. With the help of Vapi, you can create a real agent through the Vapi dashboard. Also, you can integrate to your web application. There are number of different language supported by Vapi, so you can create the AI voice agent in English, Spanish, in any language, and it support up to more than 100+ languages as well. Also, you will get 100,000 minutes every month so that you can build your dream application with the help of Vapi.ai. For the backend, we are going to use Supabase to store all our application data and add authentication into our application. If you are new to this channel, don't forget to subscribe, press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update, and share this video with your friends and family. Also, join the TubeGurji Pro family where you will get an exclusive access to the all my courses, source code, and there are a lot of AI based web and mobile application which you will find on the tubegurji.com. I will put the link in the description so you can go ahead and check it and join the TubeGurji Pro family. So without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop AI powered AI recruiter voice agent application. Now let's create the React application. In order to create this React application, we are going to use the Next.js, which is the React framework to develop the web application. If you don't know about Next.js anything, don't worry, because I'm going to show you the step-by-step guide. And the reason that we are using the Next.js because it provides a built-in optimization, folder-based routing. It also have the client and server-side rendering, middleware to add to protect the pages from unauthorized user, and there are a lot of different features you will find with the Next.js. So simply go to the nextjs.org, and if you see, this is the small line which is the command to create the Next.js application. You can always go to the documentation to explore more about that, but let's go to the folder where you want to create the project. Open a terminal at that folder, or if you are using the Windows, then make sure to open the command prompt and then simply type npx create next app at latest. Now in this case, if you put the latest, it means we are using the latest version of the Next.js application. But if you want to go to the specific version, you just need to add the specific version, something like this. Okay, whatever the version you want to use, you can add that one. So in this case, we want to use a latest version, so we'll add the latest at the end. And then if you see, the current version is 15.2.4. It asks, do you want to proceed? Say yes. And then you need to give the project name. Here we'll say AI interview scheduler AI voice agent. Okay, I know it's a big name, but it's just for understanding. I give the complete name. Then it will ask, would you like to use TypeScript? Here we say no. No to the ESLint. Say yes to the Tailwind CSS. No to the source directory. Yes to the app router. No to the turbo pack, and then no to the import allies. Then over here you will see that it will start installing the dependency like React, React DOM Next, which is the mandatory dependency, and the dev dependency for the Tailwind CSS as well. Now this particular project is going to use a Tailwind CSS version 4. Okay. Now once the project is created, just open a VS Code and then locate the folder where you just created. So I will open a folder over here. In my case, it is inside this project, Next.js, and this first project. Say yes, I trust the author, and over here you will see some of the folders and file get created into that particular project folder. Now first and very important, which is the app folder, in which you will find all our pages, all the code which we want to write, we can write inside this app folder. The first very important file, which is the global CSS, which contain the globally applied CSS inside this particular file. So if you want to apply the CSS throughout the application, you can just add it to this global.css. Then we have the layout.js file, which is the root layout of your application, which contain the HTML body tag, and inside this you will find these children. Now all your route pages are going to route or going through this body tag. Okay, so that's the reason this is the children that we mentioned. It also has the metadata which help us to optimize and add SEO to your application, and some default font as well. Over here you can change this name, let's say AI interview scheduler voice agent. Okay, you can add the description accordingly and then save it. Then in page.js, which is the default page of our application. Now once we run the application, you will get to know how it execute. Okay, but as whenever you create a file, right, your file name should start with name with the page.js. But later on I'm going to tell you how to add the routing, how to create different pages and everything. After that we have these node modules. So what are the packages or library which we are going to use, that all these packages are inside this node module. We are not going to touch this particular folder at any time, but in order to run your application, this node module need to be there and it automatically get created. You don't need to worry about that one. Then we have this public folder which contain all your images which you want to use from your local file. Okay, just add the image and then you can directly refer to your app. Then we have this git ignore. So whenever you want to push code to the GitHub for versioning, then you can just mention the file which you don't want to push. Then we have this next.config.mjs file which contain the configuration related to your Next.js application. Then we have package.json which contain the name, version of your application, along with the script to run your application in dev mode, to build your application and everything. You will see the dependency over here. Right now we have this 3 dependency, which is the React, React DOM and Next, along with dev version and some dev dependency. In this case it's Tailwind CSS. Now over here you will see we are using the Tailwind CSS version 4, which is recently launched. So at the time of the video I am recording, just I think 3 weeks before or 1 month before, this Tailwind CSS version 4 launch with some small changes, but yeah, make sure it's a version 4. Also we want to use the React 18 version because many of the library does not support the React 19 yet. So make sure to update this to 18, and in order to update these changes you just need to type npm install. Now this terminal, either you can just drag it from the bottom or you can go to the terminal and click new terminal. Okay, it will open the terminal inside your VS Code. Click enter, then it will install the latest version of the React because we just updated inside the package.json file. And then we have the post.css.config, which is related to the Tailwind CSS, so you don't need to worry about that one. Now simply go to the terminal or just drag it from the bottom. Over here just type npm run dev. Okay, now this is the command to run your Next.js application. Once you enter, you will see your application is now running on the port 3000 on the URL localhost. It means it's running on locally. Now if I go to the localhost 3000 and click enter, or you can just copy this URL, you will see the default page is now running on your web browser. Now simply go to this app folder, and inside this we have this page.js file. Now if I make any changes, let's say over here we'll say subscribe to Tube Guruji, okay, and then save it. As soon as you save, you will see over here it's changed this to the subscribe to Tube Guruji. How cool, right? You don't need to even reload your application. In some cases obviously you need to do the hard reload, but you don't need to. As soon as you save it, it will reflect it. Now I remove all of the code, and over here I will just write subscribe to Tube Guruji. So guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. And here h2 tag, I just write this text, I save it, and boom, on our web browser it will just show the plain screen with just the text which we entered. Okay, so that's how you need to run your Next.js application. So congratulations, you are able to successfully create your Next.js application, and you can run it very first time if you are doing this first time. Now next thing, we want to use the Tailwind CSS based UI component library called shadcn. So just search on Google called shadcn, or just go to the ui.shadcn.com. You will land on this particular page, which is the one of the best Tailwind CSS UI component library, which contains very predefined components. So you don't need to write or create this component from the scratch. Okay, and it's very easy to install as well. So just go to the documentation, select the framework. So in this case is Next.js. Then this is the command to execute the shadcn. So I will just copy it, and then inside the terminal I will add a new terminal by clicking this plus sign and simply paste it. Over here it will ask you the base color, which base color do you want. Okay, so I will say this, let's say gray. Okay, and then click enter. As soon as you enter it, right, it will say that it's successfully initialized and the shadcn now ready to use. On the left hand side you will see the leaf folder get created by the shadcn, and the component.json, which is the configuration related to the shadcn, is also get added to your Explorer file structure. But the main important thing over here, if I go to the app and global CSS, over here you will see a bunch of different colors, right, or variables get added like primary, popover, card, and there are many others. Now many of the users ask why it's not showing in Tailwind CSS, because right now we don't have tailwind.config.js file in a version Tailwind CSS version 4. Okay, now everything is moved to this global CSS file, and that's the reason whenever you want to update anything, any color for the shadcn, you can update inside the global CSS. So make sure to add that. Okay, now whichever component you want to use for the shadcn, here you will see all the list of that one. But whenever you want to use any of the component, make sure to install it first. Okay, so each component you have to install it in order to use it. So in this case, let's say you want to use the button component, so just copy this command, go back to your terminal and then paste it here, and boom, you will see the add button now get installed. Okay, now in order to use this button component, you can directly use it because this button component actually get added to our application, and here you have this component UI and button.jsx which contain the button code as well, which you can customize it according to your need. And in order to use it, just add button, and here we'll say subscribe, save it, and if I go back to our application, so right now it gives this error that it's saying cannot resolve TW animate CSS property. To resolve this issue, it might happen sometimes, so just stop your server and restart it again. Once you restart, you will see it's running perfectly fine. Okay, and then you will see this beautiful button get added on your screen. So in this case, if you see, you don't need to add or style this button directly. With the help of Shadcn, you can directly use that one. Same thing, you can go to this Shadcn, here you will find a card or a lot of other options. You can find a drop down menu and bunch of different components as well. So throughout this particular course and video, you will learn how to use a different component to the Shadcn in order to build AI based complex application as well with the help of that Shadcn. Let's set up a backend for our application, and for that one we are going to use Supabase. Along with the backend and database setup, we are also going to use Supabase for authentication, and that I'm going to tell you in the next chapter. But this chapter we're going to set a Supabase so that we can use it inside our application. So simply go to the supabase.com or click in the link in the description. Over here, Supabase is a PostgreSQL database. Okay, it provides a lot of different features like authentication, edge function, storage, where you can store the images, files, whatever you want. Okay, so just go to the supabase.com, create a new account, and just go to the dashboard. Here you have option to create a new project. So I will create a new project, select the organization, give the project name. Here we'll say AI interview scheduler prod. Okay, and then you can select the region which is nearest to you. Database password is also required, so make sure to add database password, and then simply create new project. Once you created the project, you will land on this screen where you will find a table editor, SQL editor, database, and all of this information. Now let's do or let's add a table. Okay, so just simply go to the table editor. You have two options: either you can write a query, but if you don't know how to write a query, don't worry, you can just go to the table editor and simply create a new table. Let's say once user authenticate, we want to save the user information like user name, email, password, and that's the reason we are creating a new table called users. Now you can give the description if you want, and then over here you can add the column. These are the some column. ID column is a mandatory, but it's optional if you want to add created add. I will keep as it is. It will give the current time when you add a new record. Then we'll add a name as a new column with a type varchar. Okay, you can here select the default value as well. Then the email of type varchar, and then picture which contain the user profile picture is of type varchar again. And also I'm going to add some free credits because this is the SaaS application, and we want to charge user depends on the credit use. Okay, so this is of type integer I will put, and I will put a default value to 3. So user can create a 3 interview for free, but if you want user want to create more interview, he can buy credits or he can join as a members as well. Then simply once you add all of this information, click save, and then it will create a table with all of this column which we just added. And boom, if you see, we have the ID column created an add along with all of this information. Beautiful, right? Obviously you can switch this if you want. Okay, it's not big deal. Now this is how you can create a table. Now over here on the top right hand side, you will see this API doc option. Just click on this one, and here you will find how to insert the record, how to update, add a filtering option, and many other documentation for each of these CRUD operation, which we're gonna learn how to use that one. Also, for each of the table, we are not going to add any RLS policy, okay, because we are going to use in JavaScript Supabase SDK, okay, and which already have the some more security. So I don't want to complicate this particular project, so I will just disable this RLS and say confirm. And now if you go to the table editor, you might see this unlock icon, but that's fine, okay. And here now our database backend is ready. Now let's add authentication into our application, and if you see, this is the login screen that we are going to develop. At the top you have the logo, the image, and the button in order to sign in with the Google. And with the help of Supabase, we are going to add authentication as well, and once user is authenticated successfully, then we are going to save user information to our database. So let's go back to our application, and inside the public folder I already added this login.png file and the logo as well. I will share this all the assets with you so that you can use it into your project. So simply first go to the app, and here we'll create an auth folder. Inside this auth we'll create a login.jsx. Let's add a default template, and I will just rename this to login and save it. Now once you create this folder and a new route, this need to be a page.jsx, so make sure it's a page.jsx and not login, and make sure then you can change the component name. Now if I go to the localhost 3000/auth, then you will see this login screen, okay. So that's how you can create a route inside the Next.js app, but you have to make sure the file name should be a page.jsx under the folder name, and whatever the folder name is there, it should be your route. Now let's go to the div. Over here I will add one more div, and inside that let's add an image for the logo. And in order to access the the images or assets from the public folder, you can just give the path like /logo.png in my case, and here we'll say alt logo. You don't need to give the complete path. Here you can give a width, you can provide the height, which is useful for the optimization, and that's the reason we use the next /image, okay, this image particular tag. So let's save this one, and if I go back, you will see this particular image. Let's increase this size, okay, and over here I will also add a class name with a width, let's say 250 pixel, something like this. It's I think too big. I will make this 180. Perfect. Now I want everything to be in the center of the screen, so for this class name we'll make it flex, then add align item, or make flex column as well, and item to be in the center. You can make justify center as well, so it will be in the center of the screen, but for that one you also need to give the height to screen in order to keep everything in the center of the screen, something like this. Next we want to add an image, so after this I will add a view, the div tag, and inside this div we'll say image source /login.png, and here we'll give alt tag as a login. You can give width, let's say 600, height, let's say 400. Okay, so this need to be a login, not a logo, so this need to be a login.png, something like this, but it's too big, obviously we can change. So inside the class name you can give width, let's say 400 pixel, height of let's say 250 pixel, okay. I think that is much better, and obviously for this div you can also mark everything to be in the center of the screen, or let me remove this div I think we need this div, but over here we can add a class name. We can make flex column and item to be in the center. Okay, something like this. And then as per the mockup, we just want to add this welcome to AI recruiter, we can say. So over here we'll add a h2 tag. We'll say welcome to AI recruiter, and I will add one more. We'll say sign it with Google authentication. Now for this h2 tag, you can add a class name. We'll make text to Excel, font bold, and then this is how it will look like. For this text, I will make text gray color, something like 500, and make sure to put this in the center of the screen. So we'll say text to in the center, and same thing I'm gonna do it for this text as well. Okay, you can give some margin top to 5, so some space between this, and then below that we just want to add a button. So we already added the shared CN button that I'm going to use. Over here we also gonna use a Google Lucid icon. Okay, so just make sure inside your package.json the Lucid React is there. Okay, and I'm not sure, but if I go to the lucid.dev and search for the icon called Google, so it's not there actually. Okay, so they're no longer supporting the any logos. Okay, for now we'll keep as it is, just add a button. We'll say I think let's refer this login with Google. We'll say login with Google. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back, this is how it will look like. Obviously we want center of the screen, so over here we'll add a class name. We make it flex item to be in the center, and make sure it will be a flex column. Okay, and then also we'll give gap, let's say 4. I think we don't want this gap, just add some margin top. Okay, and also we'll make width to be full. Perfect. Now for complete div, I'm going to add a border. Okay, then we'll make a rounded to 2XL, and also we're gonna add some padding, something like this. And for this image as well, we can make a rounded corner to 2XL. I think not for logo, we want this for the login. Okay, something like this, where you have this login. Now let's add authentication with the help of Supabase. Okay, so first thing that you need to do to install the Supabase JavaScript SDK. So this is the client library that we are going to use. It's very easy to install. So first thing, you just need to copy the Supabase JS SDK npm command, go to your terminal and just install this one. Once it is installed, you will find over here how to initialize this. Okay, so you just need to create a client, and then let's copy this one simple way, and then go back to your project. Inside this, I'm going to create a new folder called services, and inside that we'll say a Supabase client.js. Simply paste it. Okay, now in this case, if you see, it's creating the client, the Supabase is get imported, but in over here you need to pass the Supabase URL. Okay, so what I can do, over here I will define the Supabase URL. So here we'll say Supabase URL, and also we want the Supabase key. So over here Supabase annotation key is equal to, and then replace over here. So So we'll say Supabase URL and then Supabase anode key. So that's how you need to do. But in order to get this Supabase URL and Supabase key, just go to the Supabase dashboard and over here simply go to the project setting. Okay, inside the project setting you will find this option called data API. Just go to this data API and copy this URL and then go back over here inside this .env.local file. So we'll say .env.local. We'll just use next_public and here we'll say Supabase URL and then paste this key. Okay, as simple as that. Same thing, I will create another key over here. We'll say Supabase anode key is equal to, and then you also need to copy this Supabase key. Okay, just copy this key and then simply paste it here. Now in order to use it, let's save this .env.local file and simply use process.env this Supabase URL and then key as well. Something like this. Okay, and that you already referred. But make sure over here you will add export constant Supabase. Okay, once you export it so that you can use it in any component or any page, and now save it. Now your Supabase client is ready. Now the next step is go to the authentication, and inside the authentication here you will see sign in and sign up. Here you will find a bunch of different options. Okay, now you can select any of them which you want, but in our case I'm going to use this Google. So simply click enable this one. Okay, once you enable, you need to add client ID and client secret key, which you will get it from the Google Cloud for free. Okay, so simply go to the Google Cloud, just search on a Google. Over here you need to create auth consent screen if you don't have already. Right now I already have this key, so I'm not creating one, but if you don't have, make sure to create a new one. And once you create it, again go to this API and services and go to this credential. From here create a new credential with an API with an auth client ID. Now once you create it, I already have one, okay, that I'm going to reuse it. So I will open that one. You will find something like this. Over here you need to add authorize origin. Now if you are working on a local machine, obviously the URL will be localhost 3000. But once you deployed it, make sure to add a deploy or production URL. Okay, give the appropriate name to your API key, and most important, you need to add this authorize redirect URL, which you will get it from the Supabase. So over here you will see callback URL. Copy that and simply go to this authorize URL, add URL, and simply save it. Okay, now in meantime, I don't know why this notification is showing, but in meantime copy this client ID and then simply paste it here. Okay, and just below that you will find this secret key. Copy that too and paste it too as a secret key. Okay, and simply save it. And that's how easily your Supabase Google authentication is enabled. Now make sure to save over here as well. Okay, so that now it's ready to use. Now in order to make and sign in with a Google through our application, go to your authentication page.jsx file. Over here I'm going to write a method called constant sign in with Google and add a function. Over here we'll say constant. If we have any error, we'll catch that and simply we'll say await Supabase. Make sure to import from the Supabase services Supabase client which we just created .auth .sign in with auth. See, and here you will find all the different options, and inside that you need to provide the provider name. So in this case the provider name you will find like Apple, Google, GitHub, GitLab. Make sure to select Google, and if you have any error you can just console that error. So we'll say console.error, we'll say error with an error message. Okay, and here we'll make this as async. Perfect. So here we'll say use to sign in with Google. Now this particular method we need to call on the click of this login with Google button. So over here we'll add on click method and simply call this method and then save it. As simple as that. Let's try this out. So I will go back to our application. So over here we are calling the function right on the button click. So we need to make this page on the client side. So I will mark this as a use client and then save it. Now over here if I click login with Google, boom, it is asking me to select the account. I will select the account and then boom, it redirect me to the home screen. Here you also have the access key, access token, which you can save it, right? And that's how you can sign in successfully. Pretty good, right? Pretty easy, right? Now the question is, how can we get the user information once user is login? And that is very straightforward. Now next we want to inside the provider we want to check if user is already exist or not, and if it's already exist then we don't want to save, otherwise we want to save it, right? So over here we'll write a method called constant create new user and the arrow function. Now first check if user already exists. If not, then create new user, okay, into your database. But before that we want to get the user information from the Supabase authentication. So let's get the user information first. So we'll say Supabase, make sure to import that, then auth dot get user, we'll say then, and inside that we'll say a data with of user type and then arrow function. Okay, now inside this you can simply add both the conditions in the Supabase. So whenever we get the information we can directly check it. Okay, now over here first we want to check whether the user information is already exist or not. So simply go to the Supabase, and before doing anything let's go to the email, click edit column and make sure to check this is unique, because we want to save only unique email. Okay, so that user will not create duplicate account. Obviously we are checking that one, but still make sure to avoid that. Once you check that one, here go to the API docs, and in the filtering option, or if you have a read row option, you can learn how to read the data, right? Or you can go to the filtering, depends on the where clause, you can also fetch it. Okay, so simply copy this example and simply paste it here. I will make this as async, and here we are using Supabase, the table name we give, and also we are selecting all the column. Here you can provide a filter option with an equal to. So over here I think we don't need to provide the filter, just we need to provide dot equal, and then you need to provide the column name, something like this. See, the column name and the value. So over here we'll say email and the value will be user dot email. Okay, if the user is exist, so over here if we'll say users, I think it's just a data, or not sure. Just console the users, but make sure to call this method inside the use effect whenever this component get load. Okay, also here make sure to define the use client, because we are rendering this particular page on the client side, and right now if you see we got a length empty, means we don't have any record, right? It means here we can write a condition if users dot length if it is equal to 0, means if you don't have any user, then make sure to insert the user information. So for that one we'll say await Supabase dot from, give the table name, so which is the users, then dot insert. Or if you want to know how to write this query, right, just go to the Supabase again, and here click insert row, and this is how you can insert the any row. Okay. Now inside the insert we'll provide the value. So we'll want to save name. That name you can get it from the user dot user metadata dot name. Then we also want to save email. You can get it from the user dot email, and then picture, that you can get it from the user dot user metadata dot picture. Okay, we already see all of this field, but you can take a reference of that one. And once it is saved, right, you can also get the user information or data or return data. Okay, so I will just use this to get the user information. So I will say console.log and data. Perfect. Okay, now this data you can save it to your user state, that we can do it in a moment, but right now let's save this one and let's see whether we are able to save the user information or not. I will refresh the screen, and then right now, oh, we are getting null on the line number 31. So that's weird. Let's see in the database whether is anything is inserted or not. So right now it's get inserted. See, we have the name, we have the email, picture and everything, but I don't know why we did not get any information in the data. But if you refresh the screen again, right, you will see the response on line 20, because now we have this information already exist, right, and so that's the reason it is showing the information. Now this particular data we want to save, because if you see, it's also returning the ID of the user. That is very important for us. Okay, and not only that, but it will not save the duplicate record, because first we are checking if the user is already exist or not, right. So as many times you refresh the screen, you will see in the database it only save once. Okay, so that is very important. Now let's define a state called constant user comma set user is equal to use state, and inside this I am simply going to set the user with the user's information. Okay, and once user is returned, here we can simply say return, and here as well we gonna set the user with the data. Okay, make sure it's the user first element, because it's returning the array, right. So make sure to get only first element. It means all of this field only. Now one last important thing before moving forward, that once you have the user information, you want to save across your application. If you want to use in any component, you cannot call this particular Supabase get user method every time, right. So in order to do that, you can use the context, which is the state management hook inside the React, which help us to share the state across your application. So it's very easy to implement. Simply inside the root directory, I am going to create a new folder to keep all of my context, and we can call it as a user detail context is equal to .jsx. Now simply define it using user detail context is equal to create context. Make sure it is importing from the React, and then save it. Now inside the provider, just wrap your application inside this context. So over here we'll say user detail context dot provider, and then you have to provide a default value to this one. Now in our case, we are going to provide the user and set user as a default state, and which already have the value, so it's going to share. Whenever you want to update these states, you can update from anywhere, and it will reflect on each of the component automatically. Now also we are going to define this context as a hook. So here we'll say export constant use user. Okay, and through this one we can get the user information very easily. This is just to avoid the repetitive code. So here we'll say constant context is equal to use context, and then define the context name. So in this case we'll say user detail context, and simply return this context. Okay, now in the next chapter or going forward, I'm going to tell you how to use this one. Okay, how easily it is, and then but make sure that you are saving the user information which you are getting from the database. Now it's time to implement the dashboard for our application. Where if you see this mockup, we have this side navigation bar where we have option to create a new interview with a button, and then some of the option like dashboard, schedule interview, all interview, billing and setting. On the right hand side, you will see at the top you have some user profile image along with the name, and then on the dashboard side we have option to create a new interview or to create a phone screening call. At the bottom you will see the previously latestly created interview list as well. Okay, so this is the simple layout which we are going to implement first. But very first thing we need to add is the dashboard. We also need to add a new route called slash dashboard. Okay, so I will go back to our application. I will close all of this tab, and inside this app folder we're going to create a new folder called main. Now I give the folder name with the circular braces because this will not consider as a route. Inside that we'll add a layout.js file, which is the dedicated layout for a dashboard. So I will also rename this to a dashboard layout. And inside this I'm going to render the children, something like this. And to this dashboard layout we can also add a dedicated provider. We can call it as a dashboard provider, and then I'm going to add a children to this one. Now make sure to render the children, and then you can just go to the layout and make sure to wrap this inside the dashboard provider, something like this. Okay, and save it. Now let's create a new folder called dashboard, and this will be our actual route, and inside that we'll create a page.jsx file. Let's add a default template and we'll rename this to a dashboard and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and if I go to the dashboard, you will see the route called dashboard, right? Perfect. So now once we have the route ready, now we need to create or add this side navigation bar. Now here is very important thing. This side navigation bar will be the constant throughout the application. So even though if I go to the schedule interview, the side navigation bar will keep there, but only this content on the right hand side will get updated. Okay, so in order to add this sidebar component, we'll create a shareable component inside the main folder. So I will create underscore components, and what are the component that we are going to use for the dashboard layout, we'll keep inside this component folder. Over here we'll say app sidebar dot jsx. Let's add a default template and then save it. Now this app sidebar we need to add inside the provider. Okay, but before that let's save it, and in order to add the sidebar we are going to use a shared CN component called sidebar. So just scroll down and you will find this component called sidebar. Now this is how it looks, right? It's very easy to use and just follow the step-by-step guide. First thing, we need to install this in sidebar using this command. So I will copy it and make sure to add it inside the terminal. After this, you need to copy this all of this variable and add it to the global CSS file. So we already have this global CSS file. Let's add it at the top, something like this, and then save it. After this, you will find the structure. At the top there is sidebar, then we have the sidebar group, inside the sidebar content, and then we have the sidebar footer as well. Okay, now in order to use it, first you need to wrap your application inside the sidebar provider, and inside that you will see they use the app sidebar, which we already created that particular component. But let's go to the provider and I will, okay, let me wrap it something like this, but make sure to import this sidebar provider, and then inside the sidebar provider you will see we need to add the app sidebar. So here I will add app sidebar, something like this, and then save it. Now inside the app sidebar, this is the simple example. Okay, so I will just copy everything as it is and let's go to this app sidebar. You can paste it because the name is same, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, right now we have an error. Okay, so I forgot to import the app sidebar, so make sure to import that. And then once you save everything, make sure to save, and then you will see this sidebar. Okay, it automatically align your layout and everything. You don't need to do anything. Let's go back to the documentation, and here you will find an sidebar trigger. This is very important, okay, which actually help us to close and open your sidebar. Now let's add this trigger just below to this one, div. I will make sure to import it, and then if I go back and if I click on this, see, you can open it, you can close it. Beautiful, right? So that's how you can play around the sidebar as well. Now the next thing, we want to add the logo at the top, right? And as per the sidebar, right, in order to add a logo, you have this sidebar header. In that you can add the logo. So simply let's go to the sidebar trigger, inside the app sidebar component, and here inside the sidebar header we'll add the logo. So simply I'm going to add an image tag with the source. Here we say logo.png. In a width I will say 200, height let's say 100, and then save it. And this is your logo. Obviously I'm going to update the width and size. So inside the class name I will provide the width, let's say 150 pixel, and height 200 pixel, and save. So I think let's just provide the height. Okay, maybe because of the height it just stretch out, so I will not provide the height, just provide the width. Okay, also let's apply the style to this one, and make it flex item to be in the center, so something like this. So it will become in the center of the screen. If you want, you can give some margin top to 5, okay, some space. Then we have this button, right? So let's add a button. So just below to this one we'll add a button. Inside this button you can add an option called add, which is the add a plus icon, I will say, and then we'll say create new interview. Perfect. And also we want to make sure to provide a full width, so I will say full width. And if I go back, so this is how it will look like. Okay, if you think if you can give more margin from the top, so I will give more margin top to let's say 5 again. Okay, some space. Now very important thing over here, if you see this mockup, right, it is of one theme color, right, and which is kind of blue color. Now every time you cannot you don't want to change the primary this button color or background color every time. So to fix this issue, simply go to the global CSS, and inside that if you scroll down you have the inside the root you have this primary color, right? Here you need to update this with the hex color or hex color code as well, or you can just check the blue color code with this particular format. Now here I will just replace with this hex code. Let's save it, and if I go back, boom, now it automatically changed the primary color of your application. So that's how easily you can update it. Okay, same thing you can update for all other color variables. Okay, it's up to you, but right now I'm just updating to this primary, and everything will work as it is. Now the next thing, we want to add these options. Now for that one I'm gonna keep all the constant in a one single file. So inside the services folder I'm going to create a constants.jsx, or you can say shareable. Okay, inside that we'll say export constant sidebar options, and inside this make sure it's a constant, and inside this we'll add a name as dashboard. So first is a dashboard, then you can add the icon. So you can get the icon from the Lucid. So over here we'll say a dashboard layout, or layout dashboard icon, something like this. And then you also can mention the path. So in this case the path is just dashboard. Okay, Same thing, you can just copy paste multiple times and you can update that for each of them. Now here I updated for remaining one. Okay, I added the scheduled interview, all interview, billing and settings. Obviously I'm going to share this documentation with you so that you can refer all of these mockups as well. Now once we add all of these options, obviously we need to display it on the sidebar. So simply go to this app sidebar and inside one of the sidebar group, so over here I will add this sidebar group. Inside that we need to add a sidebar content, and then obviously we want to show a menu, so we'll say sidebar menu, and then you need to iterate all of these options. Now you have to make sure from the constant you are exported these sidebar options, so you can simply add sidebar options dot map. Here we'll say option comma index and the arrow function. Inside that we'll say sidebar menu item with a key, as I will add it as an index, and then here inside that you can add sidebar menu button. Okay, here I will mention it as a child, and inside that you can just display the icon first. So over here we'll say option dot icon. Okay, and then inside the h2 tag, or you can add inside the span tag option dot name. Okay, and then save it. Now once you add that one, let's go back over here. So right now we got an error, unexpected single element, so that's weird. So let's go back to sidebar menu button. So over here you need to make sure to wrap in a single bracket. So over here I will wrap inside the link, because obviously after clicking on them you have to navigate to that desired route. So this is the link tag which help us, which is similar to the anchor tag, and you have to make sure whenever you add any item inside this menu button which is in the single component, and boom, you have these beautiful options ready. Okay, but if you want to add some more style to this one, something like this, right, more spacing and all that, also you can do it. Let's add some style. So for this sidebar menu item I will add a class name and we'll say padding 1. Then for this menu button we'll say class name, and over here we'll add padding to 5. Let's see how it looks. So this is how it looks like. I think that's much better, but let's add some just increase the font size. So over here we can say 16 pixel. Okay, instead of providing a large text, and boom, perfect. Now whenever you see it automatically shows some hover kind of effect. Okay, but if you select some of them, right, for example right now I'm in the dashboard, so by default we want to make sure to select this dashboard. So for that one we need to get the path name. So over here we'll say constant path is equal to use path name. Now from the path name you will get this /dashboard. Okay, if you want I can just console it in order to make sure we are getting the current path. Okay, as we are using the hook we have to make sure this component will be on the client side. Now if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and inside here you will see it just returning /dashboard. Now if you go to the schedule interview, then it will show /schedule interview. Now depends on the path, we can just change the style over here. Okay, so we can add a condition. Let's add a condition for this text first. So you can wrap this in a curly braces and then this particular code, remove the double quote, and then you can add a condition. This is a conditional styling or class name we are applying to our particular tag. So over here we'll say if path is matches with the option dot path, right, then we'll say we want to change the color to primary and save it, and boom, if you see the color is changed to primary. Same thing or same style we're gonna apply. So I will just copy class name as it is, and we can apply to this one. We don't want this 16 pixel over here, but let's save this one, and you will see now both of them are showing as a selected. Okay, also whenever it's selected, we also want to change the background. Now in order to change background, you can apply it to this button only. So simply you can go to you can add the curly braces, then this particular tag or code, I don't know what is called, and then inside that you can add a condition if path is matches with the option dot path. Then here the color I want to add is little bit blue but little lighter, let's say 200. Okay, and I don't know why it's not showing. Oh, that's weird. Okay, so obviously it's not text color, we want to add a background color. Okay, because that's a button, not a text. I think that's too dark. Let's make it 50 only. I think this is much better. See, and this is how it looks whenever it get selected. Okay, if you want, you can change the font. So here we'll say font medium, so a little bolder. Perfect. And whenever you select, now it will go to that particular page as well. See, so this is very important side navigation bar in any application. Next, we want to implement this dashboard section, where at the top we have the user basic information and we are saying welcome back, the username. At the right hand side we have this profile image and some option to create the interview and the phone screening call and the interview list. So let's go back to our application, and inside this layout.js file, so under this main we have this dashboard layout. For these children I'm gonna add the div, and simply I'm gonna add a class name, we'll say padding to let's say 20. Okay, so if you see over here, now by default, let me refresh, we have this padding. Okay, I think 20 is too much, let's give it 10 only, something like this. Okay, perfect. Now let's close all of these tab, and we want to add everything inside the page.js file. So all the related component to this dashboard, we're going to keep inside this underscore components folder, and we can call it as a welcome container.jsx. Let's add a default template and save it. Now this particular component we need to add on the dashboard, so we'll say welcome container, and over here we need to get a user information. Now we already save our user information in the context, and we're going to use a hook to access it. So over here we'll say user is equal to use user, something like this, and that's all, and you now have the user information. Over here, as per this particular mockup, we need to implement. Obviously we have this error because we use the hook, so we will create this component on the client side, and inside this one I'm gonna add h2 tag. Obviously I'm also going to wrap inside the div first, and here we'll say welcome. I think I need to check what is this text, welcome back, and the name of the user. So here we'll say welcome back and name of the user, which we can get it from the user dot name. And if I save this, boom, if you see, we have the name of the user as well. Okay, below that we want to add some headline or some text. Here we'll say AI driven interviews, hassle free hiring. Okay, now for this h2 tag I'm gonna add text large and font bold. Okay, and for this one I'm gonna add text is of secondary. Okay, now for this div I will add a class name, we'll say background white, and then we'll also add some padding. Let's add padding to 3, and we'll make rounded to 2xl. So I think that secondary is too light, so here we'll make a gray, let's say 500, something like this. Okay, now we want this full screen, so simply for this div we'll say width to be full. I think for this one need to get width to be full. Oh, that's weird. It's not getting the width to be full. Let me undo this. Okay, and maybe inside the our provider we have this, or maybe inside the layout as well. We wrap this inside the div. If I make this width full, still it's not changing. Oh, so if you see inside the provider, we added this in a div. So let's try to put this in a width to be full and make sure it's inside the dashboard provider, and see, now it's working perfectly fine. Okay, let's go back to our welcome container, and here let's change the padding. I will add more padding, and here I will make it to 2XL, something like this. Now on the right hand side, I'm going to show the user profile image. So over here I will add an image, then source tag. Over here the image you can get it from the user.picture because we already saving that one. Here we'll say user avatar, and inside the width let's add 50, height to 50, and save it. So right now we got an error, okay, because it's saying user is not defined. So what you can do, you can add a condition. If user is there, then only show this particular image. Okay, and now we are displaying the image from the URL, and that's the reason we got this error. It's saying that this particular host name you need to configure inside your next.config.js file. So just copy this host name and simply go to the next.config.mjs file. Over here inside the images, add a domains which you want to whitelist, something like this. Once you add that, make sure to refresh your screen, and then you will see this particular page. Now we don't have any error, and here you will see the profile, user profile avatar as well. Okay, but we want that in the inside this div. Okay, so basically we want to apply this class name to this particular div, something like this, and then save it. Now let's put it inside this right hand side. So over here I will make this flex, and we'll say justify between, and also let's make item to be in the center. Perfect. Make sure to rounded the corner of the image. So we want a circular, so we'll say rounded to full. Boom. Okay, so that's how easily that you can add the avatar. I will just change this size to 40, little smaller. Perfect. Now next thing, we want to add a text called dashboard. So over here let's go to the page.js. Inside that I will add a text called dashboard. We'll add a padding y to, let's say, 3. Then we'll make a font bold and text to Excel, something like this. Okay, then I will create a new component called create options.jsx, add default template, and make sure to add this create option component inside this dashboard. Now these are the two things or two options that we want to add inside this create option. So that's the reason I created this component. So go to this create option, and simply I'm going to add a div. Okay, so in the first div we want to add a create new interview section and other div for the phone screening. So over here we'll say phone screening, and here we'll say video interview. Okay, so these two sections are added, and if I go back, here we have this two section. Obviously we want to change this to a grid view. So here we'll say grid column 2, will give gap to 5, and then save it. And now if I go back, here we have video interview, and on the right hand side now we have this phone screening section. Perfect. Let's save this one and let's start implementing. So for this, let's add a class name. I will add a background to white. I will also add a border. Then we'll add a border gray color, and we'll make a rounded to, let's say, a large, for now, and then we'll add a padding to let's say 5. Okay, inside this div at the top I want to add an icon, so here we'll add let's add a video icon, and to this one let's add a class name. I will add a padding to let's say 3, then text to primary and background to blue, let's say 50 only, and we'll make rounded to large and save it. So let's say how it looks. Obviously this is very small, so we need to change the height. So we'll say height to 10 pixel, width to 10 pixel, or let's say width and height to 10, width to 10, and something like this. See, perfect. Let's increase more. So over here we'll say 14 and 14. Oh, that's too much. Let's make it 12. I think this is much better. Okay, and then below that we are just going to add a text. We'll say create new interview. Okay, and inside the p tag we'll say create AI interviews and schedule them with candidates. Now for this h2 tag we'll add a font bold, and for this one I will add text gray. Let's make it 500 and save it, something like this. See, after this same thing I am gonna copy and I will paste it for the phone screening. Over here I'm gonna change this to let's say call or phone maybe, and then I'm gonna update this to let's say create phone screening call, create phone screening call. Okay, so over here we'll say we'll rename this to schedule phone screening call with candidates, and here we have this two section. How easily we created this one. Okay, so that's what we wanted. And after this we have another section called previously created interview section. So for this one I'm gonna create a component. We'll say latest interviews list.jsx. Let's add a default template for this one, and here I'm gonna add a list. We'll say interview list comma set interview list is equal to use state. Right now we don't have the list of interviews, right? So we're gonna just displaying the empty state. So first we'll add a h2 tag. Here we'll say previously created interviews. For this div tag we'll add a class name, and we'll add margin y to let's say 5, and for this h2 tag we'll add a font bold, text is of let's say 2xl, and save it. Now this particular component we also need to add after this create option. So here we'll add as a interview latest interview list as an option, save it. And okay, so we use the use state inside this latest interview list, so make sure to convert this on the client side. Perfect, something like this. Okay, and then for the empty state, so over here I'm gonna add a div. Now this div only execute whenever the interview list dot length is equal to 0. Here we'll say and inside this let me bring this down. We'll add a class name padding to 5, and we can just add an icon. So let's add camera icon. Let's see how it looks. And I'm gonna give the text as a primary to this one, and below that we'll say in h2 tag you don't have any interview created, and then we'll add a button. We'll say create new interview and save it. So this is how it look like. So let's put everything in the center of the screen. Here we'll say video instead of camera, okay, and we'll make it flex column gap of 3 and save it. I want item to be in the center, something like this, and also we can make a background white, padding to 5, and margin top to 5. I think we don't need a background white, we can keep like this only, see, okay. But if you don't have, obviously you have option to create a new one. So this is the simple way that we have this dashboard ready. Obviously once we have the list of interview, then you can see all of them like this, but right now we don't have any, so we can just show this empty state. Now on the click of this create new interview, we want to create a new form, and on that one user can enter some basic information. Now once user click on the create new interview, it will navigate, we can add a new component where it's saying create new interview. On this one you need to add job position, job description, then you can select the duration of the interview and the interview type. On the click of generate question, it will generate the question with the help of AI model that we are going to integrate, and then you have option to change some question, depends on your job description, and then we can implement further after that, okay. But before that we need to create this new screen called create new interview. So let's go back to our application. And one more thing, if you observe over here, this particular welcome container is constant throughout all the screen. So what we can do, we can just go to our dashboard page.jsx, and I will comment this welcome container. Rather I will add it to this provider, okay. So I will also comment this out, and we'll add simply a welcome container, something like this, and save it. And if I refresh, you will not see any change, but if you add a new route, it will keep showing this particular welcome container, because that's what we needed. Now let's close all of this tab, and inside the dashboard I'm going to add a nested route. So it means in order to create a nested route, you can add a new route inside the dashboard, and here we'll say create interview, and inside this we'll say page.jsx, and let's add a default templates. Here we'll say create interview and save it. Now if I go to this dashboard / create interview, click enter, then you will navigate to this create new interview page, and if you observe, the welcome container is still there. That's what we expected. Now inside the create interview, if you observe this mockup, we have this back button along with the text and the progress bar. So over here we'll add a div. Let's add a div, keep it simple, and we'll add a back, we'll say left arrow, or let's search what is the name. So let's go to the Lucid. Here we'll say a back button, something like this. Here we'll find a different option for a back button. So we'll say arrow left, see. So we'll say arrow left, and we can say here create new interview. Now for this one I will add a class name, we'll make it flex, we'll give gap to 5. For this h2 tag we'll say a font bold, and text is of 2XL, and then save it. So this is how it will look like. We also want to make item to be in the center, and for this div we'll add a margin top to, let's say, 10. Perfect. Now from both the side I want to give some spacing, okay. Depends on the screen size, obviously. So for this page I will say padding x to 10. When the screen size is medium, we'll say padding x to 24. On large screen we'll say padding x to 44, and XL padding x to, let's say, 56. Okay, so it will come like this. In order to add a progress bar, we want to use a shared CN, but before that, on the click of this back, we want to go to this previous screen. It means I'm gonna add a router. In order to go to the previous screen or any screen, if you want to go, you can import this or use this use router hook from the React router. Over here, I will make this component on the client side, and then on the click of this arrow left, so over here we'll add on click, we'll say router dot back. So it will go to this previous page where you came from, and also I will add a class name and will make cursor pointer. Okay, now if I hover on this one, you will see the cursor changes, and if I click back, it will go to this dashboard page again, right? Now on the click of this create new interview, we want to navigate to that particular create new interview page. So go to this create option where we have this div. First I will add a cursor pointer to this one, and then we can add on click event. Over here also we want to route it. So there are two ways that you can route it. Either you can add a router, or the another way, just change this to a link. Okay, and make sure nothing get changes. Okay, so over here obviously if you put the link tag from the next link, you have to add hrefs, and over here you can just simply add slash dashboard slash create interview. Now where you want to go, you can just provide the reference. It is similar to your anchor tag. See, and if I click on this one, it will jump to this create new interview page. Now let's add a progress bar. So go to the shared CN, search for the component called progress. It's very easy to use as well. First, in order to use it, you need to import this component into your project. So I will just paste this npm command, and once it installed, here is a use case. It's very easy peasy. So you just need to import this progress bar, something like this. So obviously I will go to this page, and I'm gonna simply import that over here. All right, I think I just copied, so I will import it. Make sure to import this progress bar as well. Okay, and save it. Now once you save, go back, and boom, this is how it will look like. But right now it is inside this div. Let's make sure put it outside of this div. Okay, and then make sure to add some styling. So here I will add a class name. We'll add margin y to 5. Okay, so some space, and as you know that we are using primary color, so it automatically detect that and applying this our primary color as well. Now over here we are also going to add a steps. Basically our progress bar is ranged from the 0 to 100. Okay, and we can count the step, comma set step is equal to use state, and initially it is on the step 1. Okay, by default, and there will be total 3 steps. So simply if there is step 1, so we just need to do 1 into 33, something like this, or we'll say 33. Okay, if the step is 2, then you need to multiply by 2 into 333, something like this, and this is how it look like. Okay, just we want to show the progress. So I will replace this with the actual step and then save it. See, perfect. Okay, after this I'm going to create a component inside this create interview. So let's create a component folder, and inside that we'll say create interview, or we'll say just form.jsx, form container.jsx. Let's add default template and make sure to add this form container inside your page.jsx. So we'll say form container and save it. Perfect. Now obviously for inside this form container I will add a class name, we'll add padding to 5, we'll also make background to white and save it. Now first thing, we want to add an input to accept the job position. Okay, so over here let's add a div. Inside the div we'll add h2 tag, we'll say job position. Okay, so user can enter, or recruiter will enter the job position. Inside this you can add class name, we'll say text smaller, and then we want an input field as well. Okay, so from the chat CN you can go to the input component, so just search for the input, see, and let's copy this npm command in order to use it, and just import that. Once it is ready, you can directly use it. So over here I will add input field, and over here you can add a placeholder as well, and we'll say example full stack developer. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back, you will see this input field. Now we'll give some margin from the top. So over here we'll say margin top to, let's say, 2, so some space between these two fields. Same thing, now we want to add so in this case, if you see the mockup, we have the text area for the job description. So first I will copy this as it is. Okay, but for this div I will add class name margin top to 5, and then here we'll say job description. Obviously we don't want input, so I will remove that, but instead of that one we want a text area. So from the chat CN I'm also going to use the text area component. So I will copy this npm command and just use that, and simply similar to input you can add the text area. So over here we'll say text area. Okay, inside the placeholder you can add, let's say, enter detail job description, and save it. And if I go back, this is how it look like. Obviously you can change the height. Okay, so basically let's add a class name, and over here you can also provide the height, let's say 200 pixel. And now if I refresh it, because, and this is how it look like, where you can have option to paste the job description as well. Okay, and don't forget to give some margin top, because similar like this one, right, we also want to apply same style. So over here we'll add a margin top to 2. Perfect. Next we have an option for a drop down to select the interview duration. So I will just copy this div. Here we'll say interview duration, and inside the text area, obviously you don't need this text area because we want to add a drop down. So simply go to the chat CN and search for the component called select. Now obviously it also have a component called drop down, but drop down only give you a button with the option, right, but we want to see the selected option as well. So that's the reason we want to use select, where you will look like this. So simply copy this import statement. After that you need to copy all of this import statement. Obviously make sure to install that first, and then I will copy this example as well and paste it here. Okay, now inside the example, the placeholder, I will select the select duration. Then for select item, here we'll say 15 minutes, 30 minutes, then here we'll say 45 minutes. I will also add for the testing purpose just 5 minutes. Okay, not too longer. So, and the last I will one more add 60 minutes. So this option we added. Make sure here we need to provide the value. Okay, so I will provide the text value something like this only, or you can add 16 minutes something like this, because it doesn't matter. Okay, and save it. Now once you have this option, now I will also add the margin. Here we can make the width to be full, margin top to 2, and then save it. Now if I go back, here we have the option to select the duration. Perfect, right? So this is what we wanted. Next we have this interview type, but UI is like a chips. Okay, so I already added the constant called interview type with the name of the interview type and the respective icon to it. Okay, so let's go to our form container. After this select, I'm gonna add a div, so I will just copy this existing, and over here we'll say interview type, and inside this I will just add a div. Inside that we'll say interview type. From the constant we'll say sorry, so over here this need to be we need to map it. So here we'll say interview type dot map type comma index and the arrow function. Inside here we'll add a div again, and then over here we'll say key as an index, and inside the h2 tag. But okay, let's first add the icon. So over here we'll say type dot icon, and inside the span tag we are going to add type dot title. And if I go back, you will see this option, but we need to align this in a one line. So here we'll add a class name, make it flex, gap of 2. Then we'll need to add a padding to 1, padding x to 2, background blue 50, and rounded, let's make it 2xl and save it. Something like this. Okay, I think we can make background white only, and but we can add a border with a border gray 300. Okay, I think this text is much larger, but we can keep like that only, but we want in one line. Okay, so over here we'll make it flex, and we can add a gap to, let's say, 3. Over here just make it flex wrap so that it will come to the second line as well. Okay, then we'll add margin top to 2, some space. Perfect. Next thing, I will just change this size. Let's make it width and height to 4, and also we want to align in. So here we'll say item to be in the center, so it will align in one line. And whenever we hover on this one, we want a cursor pointer. So here we'll say cursor pointer. See, perfect, right? After this, we want to add a hover effect. So on hover, we just change a background secondary, something like this. See, and when we select it, we want to change the layout, but we will add that in a moment. Now these are some of the things that is mandatory for us. Now one more thing for this, all of these labels, right? I'm going to change the font. So over here we'll say font medium, and let's see how it looks. I think, yeah, that's look good to me. So I will update everywhere wherever we have this label. Okay, so perfect. Now for this particular card, I want to change the rounded corners. So basically I'm gonna add rounded to XL, and at the last we want to add the button. Okay, so maybe you can add it here. You can add outside or we can add inside as well. So over here we'll say button, and simply we'll say generate question. Okay, over here we want to add an arrow right. Something like this, but we want on the right hand side. So I will wrap this in a div. Also I will make this margin top to 10, I make it 7, and we want a flex justify end, so it will be on the right hand side, something like this. Okay, and when we click on this one, then obviously it will generate the question. But before that, we need to learn how can we accept all of this field, how can we show it as a selected and everything. Now let's save all the form data at one state so that we can use it in order to generate the question with the help of AI. So I will go back to our application, and inside the create interview page.jsx, we'll create a new method called constant on handle input change. Now it will accept two values. One is the field and another is the value. Then here we can define a state called form data comma set form data is equal to use state. Now inside that we'll say set form data, and then we'll keep the previous form data along with the new one. So here we'll say dash previous comma field which you want to update along with their value. Okay, as simple as that. Now this on handle input change we are going to attach to this form container, and again I will connect it to this on handle input change. Now go to the form container, and whenever the input are changed, for example in this case I will say on change event. If you want to get the user entered input, it will emit the event E, and then we need to just call on handle input change. In this case we need to say a job position, so we here will pass a field name as job position, and the field value is event dot target dot value. So this need to be a target dot value. Okay, and once you call this method on the change, you need to pass back to our page.jsx through these props. Okay, now same thing you need to do for all of them. So I will just copy this on change event and I will paste for the text area, but here make sure to change this field name to job description. For the interview duration, in this case is little different. So on the select, it has a method called on value change. Okay, and this will emit the value which you selected, and then we can simply call on handle input change, and here we'll say duration, okay, as a field name, and here I will pass the value which user selected from the drop down. And the last, we want to add all the selected options from this interview type, but this is little bit different. Okay, so what we can do inside this form container to make it little simpler, I will define this constant, and inside this constant we will simply say interview type comma set interview type is equal to use state. Okay, and this will be an empty array. Now I'm going to, whenever users click on this one, so over here we can add on click method, and we'll set the interview type with the type dot title. Okay, so we'll just add type dot title in this case, and then it will. Okay, so actually here we need to save it so we can push the data. So here we'll say set interview type with the previous data, so we'll say dot previous comma the new, so which is the type dot name. Okay, so it will save it as a array of string, and then inside the use effect, whenever the interview type change, so here if the interview type change, and here we'll add a condition, if interview type is there, then we'll simply call on handle input change with the field name as a type, and then we're gonna pass interview type which contain the array of list. Okay, as simple as it is, and then save it. Now just for the testing purpose, I'm going to console here with the form data. So here we'll say form data. and then save it, and let's test this out. Now if I go back, I will open the inspect panel and we'll go to the console. So over here we'll say full stack developer, and if you see inside the form data we got the job position. In the description you can add the description, and then description will get added. Then you can select the duration, let's say 15 minutes or 30 minutes. Obviously it will get added. We are consoling the state immediately, so it obviously it will not update immediately, okay, but we are getting the result. And most important, the type as well. So if I select, you will see the selected type inside the type, but right now if you see it's getting undefined. Let's see why. So over here let's go back to this form container and make sure you are passing the type dot title. Okay, we were passing type dot name, so that's the reason. And now if I enter it, you will see now we are getting the correct result. Perfect. So that's how you need to insert the data. Now before moving forward, we need to make sure whichever interview type you selected, we want to show it as a highlighted one. So basically we need to compare it. Okay, so I'm going to add a conditional styling to this div. So I will wrap this in a curly braces with this tag. Oh, let me so I will wrap it in a curly braces with this tag, and I will remove this single quote. Here we can add a condition, and inside the condition we'll simply write interview type dot includes the type dot title. If it's include and is a true, then in the and condition we'll say background blue 50, and I don't know whether text is applicable or not, but we can make text to be primary. Okay, and then save it, and boom, if you see it's showing that background 50. I don't know why the background is not applied. So here if I make 100 and refresh the screen, and let me test this out. So if I select technical, behavioral, leadership, see is getting changed. Okay, but we have to make sure when you select it, right, we want to remove that because we don't want to we want to unselect it basically, right? So in order to do this unselect, we need to add a method, and depends on that condition we need to remove it. So here we'll say constant add interview type, and here we'll get the name or title, we can say, or just add type, that will be fine. And instead of calling this set interview type over here, I will remove it from this and we'll just call add interview type, and then we'll pass the type dot title. Okay, now over here first we'll check if, but before that we'll say constant data is equal to interview type dot includes type. If the type already included inside this interview type step, then we don't want to add it and we want to remove it. But if it's not there, if data is not there, then we will simply add it, else we want to remove it, right? So in order to remove, here we'll say constant result is equal to interview type dot filter, here we'll say item is not equal to type, and then we'll set the interview type to the result. Okay, so we'll just filtering out the one which we don't want, and then we are updating our interview type with the result, and then save it. Once you save, if I click this one, see it's getting unselected. If I select it again, it will get selected. Somehow it's not getting selected, but let me see. So okay, so the thing is we are getting undefined. So over here make sure it's a type only, because we are already fetching the type. Okay, so that's the reason it was not selecting. See, now I can select and I can unselect as well. Perfect. So that's what we wanted. So that's how, guys, you have to get all the information from the forms input and save in one state. Now it's time to add an AI model in order to generate the list of questions. As once we have all of this information, which we are already have the form for that one, and once user click on generate question, we are going to make an API call to the AI model which will generate all the question. And for that one, we are going to use the open router. The reason that we are going to use open router is because it provides a bunch of different kind of AI models like Gemini, ChatGPT, DeepSeek, Llama, and there are many more. And whichever you want, you can use it. Also, it's free to use, so you don't need to pay anything for it. Now on the screen, on the click of generate, we also have to make sure we will go navigate to the new component, okay, and on that component we are going to generate all the interview questions. So let's go back to our application, and inside here, inside this component folder, I'm going to create questions question list.jsx. Okay, now here we'll add a default template and then save it. Now this particular component we want to show on the same page.jsx only when the step count is equal to 2. Right now the default step count is 1. So over here we need to add a condition. If step is equal to 1, then we want to show a form container. Otherwise, if step is equal to 2, then we want to show the question list component. Otherwise, for now I will show the null. Okay, and then save it. Now on the form container, when user press the generate question button, right, over here we'll say on click, here we'll say go to next. Okay, so this particular method I'm going to return. So this particular method will pass back to the parent component through this prop, and inside the page.jsx, now along with this form the handle input change, we are also going to accept go to next step, and over here we'll simply set the step is equal to step plus 1. Okay, so it will automatically go to the next step. Let me show you. Now if I save this one and go back to our application and simply click generate question. Okay, let me refresh this once, and if I click generate question, boom, it will go to this question list. Not only that, you will see the progress bar also change, right, depends on the steps. So that's how you need to do it. So first let's go to the create new interview, and here we have the once user enter all the details, then only you want to enable this button. Now before or if you want to make sure that all the fields are filled, we have to add a condition before going to the next step. So simply for that one we can do one hack. So let's go to this go to next page, and over here I'm going to call a method, will say on go to next. Okay, so this method we're gonna create over here, and inside that we'll check if form data dot length is less than equal to, and if you see obviously in the length we have 1, 2, 3 and 4 field, right? So make sure if it's less than equal to 3, I will say, then it return nothing. Okay, and then we can show some kind of toast message. Otherwise we'll simply say set form data, sorry, not set, but we'll say set step is equal to step plus 1. Okay, and over here we can show a toast notification as well. So for the toast notification, simply we are going to a shared CN sonar component. So if I go to the sonar, so if I click, this is how toast message will display. So first I will install that, and then you have to make sure you will add this toaster component inside your root layout. So let's go to the layout, which is the root layout of your file. Over here I will import the toaster component, and then in order to use it you can just mention toast, and here we'll say please enter all details. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back and refresh the screen. If I click generate question, okay, I think it's going. Let me refresh it again. That's weird because we added the condition, right? So it means it's not working somehow. Make sure everything is correct. Okay, so the reason it's not working because form data is not an array. Okay, so over here we will change this and we'll check if job position is there. Okay, we can add a condition if it's not there, or form data dot, what else we have, job description, or if not there, make sure you will add the exclamatory mark because we are checking if it's not there. Okay, then inside the form container you can also make sure to check the duration, and then we have the type as well. Okay, so all of this field you are saving, so make sure. So over here we'll say if not form data dot duration, or form data dot type. Okay, so perfect, and then save it, and let's test this out now. And without filling details, if I try to click it, you will see we got it saying please enter all details. Okay, so that's how you can show the notification. But once you enter all the fields, okay, and go to the next page, then it will go to the next component, which is question list. And obviously once you are on the question list, it will check if you have all the form data information, and then you can make an API call. So to this question list, I'm going to pass all the form data. So over here we'll say form data as form data because we already have the form data. Now go to the question list. Here I will accept it as a form data, save it, and inside the use effect, so over here first I will add a method called constant get, or we'll say generate AI or generate question list. Okay, so here we'll say generate question list, arrow function like this. Now this method we want to call only when we have the form data. So over here I will say if form data is there, and inside condition if form data, then only execute this generate question list. Now obviously here we need to integrate the AI model. So for that one, let's go to this open router AI. If you don't have an account, make sure to create a new account, then go to the keys, and inside the key you need to generate a unique key. Okay, so I will click on this create key. Here give the key name, so I will say AI recruiter app. Okay, or you can say whatever you want. You can put the credit limit. Okay, I will keep it blank for unlimited and simply click create. Once you create, you will see this API key. Copy that because you will not see this key again. So I will copy it, go to this .env.local file, and over here we'll say open router API key is equal to, and paste this key and save it. Okay, once you save the key, then you are done. Now simply go to the models, and inside these models you will find a different bunch of model. Now many of the model are free. See, now for example Google Gemini, here it's free. If you see this amount, it's completely free to use, so you can use it. But other than Gemini, you will see other option like DeepSeek is free, or Mistral is free, and there are a lot of, obviously you can filter this out. Okay, depends on your need. Now I will just go to the free. For example, want to show example, and I will select something like this Gemini 2.5 Pro experimental. We can choose it. Okay, so click on that one. Here you will see this model name and everything. Here you will see the name of the AI model, okay, which you can use it. Overview, you can see the uptime and error, all the details which are the popular application using this model, and all the statics. You don't need to worry about that one, but simply go to this API tab, and here obviously we already have the API key, so you don't need to generate, but you can have option to just copy this TypeScript code and use it. Okay, so it's just making a call to this particular API endpoint. You can pass the necessary information, and then you can use it. But we are going to use an OpenAI SDK for that. Okay, so in order to install it, just copy that and go back to your project. Over here I will just install this, And after installing, you can use this OpenAI SDK by passing the base URL and the API key. Okay, so first thing first, I will copy this initialization of this OpenAI. Then we are going to create an API endpoint for it. Okay, so simply go to the app folder, and inside this app folder we'll create an API folder. Now whenever you want to create an API inside the Next.js, make sure to add the API folder, and inside that you can add the API endpoint by creating the folder name. So in this case we'll say AI model.jsx, as simple as that. Okay, so obviously this need to be a folder name, so just AI model, and then inside that we'll create a file called route.jsx. And once you added this route.jsx, here we want to make a post API call, so we'll say export async function and then give the API call which is post. Here we'll make a request, and then I will add this OpenAI initialization, something like this. Okay, we don't want this default header, so I will remove it, and we want to use our pass API key. So let's go to this .env.local. I will copy this environment variable key, and then I'm going to replace over here. Simple. Okay, now inside the post API call we want to get some of the fields. So over here we'll say constant. We want a job position, then job description. We also want a job, not job but duration, and then type. Okay, which we are going to get from the request body. So over here we'll say request dot JSON, something like this. Okay, so once we have all these parameter, which we can use it in order to pass to the OpenAI model. Now let's copy this code and simply paste it here. Now inside this we are just making API call. For the completion it will create a response, but over here you need to pass a model name. Now whichever model you want to use, let me go back to this model page and just copy this model name. So in this case I will copy this and we're gonna simply paste it here. Okay, then inside the message you need to pass a message with a role and the content. Now obviously in order to generate the question with a specific format, we need to write a particular prompt for that one. Now I already created a word prompt, and which I'm going to share with you. You can also find in this particular documentation. So I will just copy this prompt and we're gonna save it inside our constant folder. So go to the constants, and over here I will say export constant, export constant question prompt. Okay, questions prompt. Now inside that we are just saying that you are a technical interview expert. These are some things you need to take care of, and then we are passing the job description, duration, type, and we are telling what is your task. The most important thing that we need to mention that we want a response in a JSON format with an array list of question. Now obviously here we'll say array list, that's fine, and we need to provide a format with the question and type of this particular question, whether it's a technical, behavior, and everything. Okay, so all of this information we need to add it inside the prompt. Now let's save this one and let's use this prompt. So over here we'll say, first let me put everything in a try catch block. So if you get any error, you can just console this and write return that error. Okay, so in order to return, here we'll say return next response dot JSON with an error e. Okay, and once we get the result, here we'll say return next response dot JSON, and then this particular response that we are going to return it. Okay, so inside that we will get the result. Perfect. Now in order to get a final prompt, so over here we say final prompt is equal to, and then we need to access that. Make sure to export this question prompt. Here we say question prompt, make sure to import dot replace. Now we need to replace some of the string that we use. So in this case, let's replace this job title with the job title or job position which we are fetching. Okay, So over here we'll say job title, nothing but the job position. Let me bring this down. Then we want dot replace. The next thing that we want to replace is a job description with our own job description. Then the duration, so I will just copy that one as well. And then last we have the type. The type. Okay, so these all the fields we added, and then we'll get a final prompt. If you want, we can also console this final prompt for you. Okay, so you can verify that it's getting correctly or not. And the last thing, we just need to pass the content. Instead of this content, we need to pass a final prompt to the AI model. Okay, and then save it. Now in order to test this prompt, right, you can just go to the open router and go to the charts. It's a free, so you can also chart with that particular model, whatever the model you want. Just select that model and then you can use it over here. Okay, now once everything is ready, make sure you are returning it and then save it. Now this is your API endpoint and it's ready to use. So I will go back to our dashboard where we have this create interview component, and inside the question list, obviously we need to make an API call to the endpoint which we just created. So over here I'm going to install one library called Axios. Okay, so Axios is the HTTP client library in order to make an API call. So here we'll say constant result is equal to await Axios. Now make sure to import it, and from the Axios you can make post API call. Over here you need to give API endpoint. So we'll say /API/AI model, and then you need to pass all the fields which you have. So from in the form data we have all the fields. So I will just restructure it and I will pass like this. Here mark it as async, and then inside the console log I will say result. Okay, obviously inside the result.data we'll get actual result. Then whenever we are making an API call, obviously it will take some time to load the data, so we'll maintain a loading state. So I will make use state with the loading the initial value as a false, and whenever we call it we'll say set the loading as a true. Then I will add a try catch block with the exception, and here we'll say set the loading as a false, and over here as well we'll set the loading as a false. When we get error, we'll just provide a toast message. We'll say server error, try again. Okay, now whenever there is a loading, okay, we want to show some message that okay, if your questions are generating. Okay, so over here I will add a condition if loading, and then I will add one div, and inside this div let's add a loader icon. Here I will add a class name with animate spin, okay, as an animation, and then I will add a div with a text, and in that we'll say generating interview questions, and below to that I will add one more line. Our AI is crafting personalized questions based on your job position. Okay, so this line we added. Obviously to this div I'm going to add a class name. We'll say padding to 5. I will add background blue 50, and we'll make a rounded to Excel. We'll also add a border as well. Okay, and we'll make border color, let's say gray 100. Okay, and I think that's all we needed. Okay, so also make sure we'll make it flex gap to 5. Okay, and item to be in the center of the screen. So right now, just for the testing purpose, I'm going to set the loading state as a true just to check whether it's working or not. So here we'll say full stack developer React Node.js, etc. Then duration, you can add whatever duration you want, select the different types, click generate question, and here we have this loading state option. Okay, but obviously I believe we are calling this method. So if I go to the network tab, okay, so obviously right now not showing anything because we just open, but inside the console you might get the result. Okay, because when we have the form data, we are calling this generate question list method, but in meantime we just want to focus for this for now. But if you see inside the response on line number 21, so if I go to the line number 21, which is this one, we got the response. Now inside the response, obviously we have this content, and this content contain interview questions, and boom, if you see, we have all the interview questions which we want, which contain the questions. Then you will see we have the type and everything, and in the form of JSON only. Just make sure that you are need to get it from the content. So over here we'll say result.data.content. But before that, let me comment this code because I just want to see. Let me go back, and here I will add any random things because this one I want to check it out. Okay, so here just add some more styling. So what we will do for this p tag, we'll add a style, the class name, and here we'll say text primary, and over here we'll say text font medium. I think this is much better. Just I'm going to add a border with a primary. Let's see how it looks. I think this is much better now. Okay, and it's just suggesting that you're generating questions, and once it start generating and once it's finished, obviously then it will just go away. Okay, now let's make this, and over here I will create a state called constant question list comma set question list is equal to use state. And once you have the content, so over here we'll say constant content is equal to json dot parse result dot data.content. You might get error. Okay, let's see whether we are getting error or not. And once we have the all the question, so we'll set the question list with the content. Okay, only thing I'm concerned because I'm not sure whether we need to convert this into a proper format. Currently it is in the string format, right? We might need to remove this JSON string or something like that. And also one more last important thing, inside the route, over here you need to add the response format type. So if I go to this, and after this message you have option called response format, and here you can add it as a JSON. Okay, and then save it. Now save everything and let's test this out. So right now it's showing server error, that's fine, but let's go back. We'll create a new interview, we'll add some information, we'll say full stack front-end developer. Okay, in the job description, let me copy the job description. So here I will just paste it, which I copied. Then the duration you can select, let's say 30 minutes, and then you have the interview type. Let me select 15 minutes only, and we'll say technical, and we also want behavioral. Okay, now I will say generate question, and right now it start generating, but we got an error. Okay, so let's see what's the issue. Now to fix this issue, let's go to the route.js, and initially we added this response format, so just remove that one because that is not correct format. You need to add JSON schema, but you have to mention the schema, so we'll just not use this one. Okay, so I will remove that, and also I updated this Gemini mini. Okay, it's just a choice, or you can keep this Gemini as well. Okay, it's up to you which one do you want. And let's save this and let's test this out. Okay, so I will clean this one, I will add this create new interview, I have this description which I'm going to copy inside this. Over here we'll say full stack developer, then select the correct duration, select the interview type, and then click generate question. And if you see, it starts generating the question. Inside the network tab, you will see this AI model is in the pending status. It means it's generating the response for you. Okay, and inside the console, once the response is generated, then you will get the result. And here we have the result. Right now we got an error, it's saying unexpected token. That's because we are trying to convert the string which is in the not correct format, and we are trying to convert it into a JSON, sorry. And in order to make that format, we have to do some changes. But over here, if you see, we got the response from the AI model along with the question and the type. That is very, very important. Okay. Now, in order to fix this not valid JSON issue, what you need to do, you have to replace this particular string. So I will just go to this content, and over here we'll say result.data.content. So let's do one thing. So over here we'll say content constant final JSON is equal to content dot replace. Inside that we need to replace with this empty string, and also we also want to replace this last 3 quote with an empty string. Okay, and then once we have that, just return the final response. So that is one hack that you need to do. And inside the final JSON, obviously just a second, here we need to remove that, and then I will just change the naming, okay, because that is very confusing. And then here we'll parse this final content into a JSON, okay, and then save it. And obviously now we might not get error, but let's go back and test this out. So I will say create new interview, we'll say full stack developer. Inside the job description, I will copy this job description as well. We'll select the interview and simply we'll say generate questions. Now it will start generating, so we'll wait, and boom, if you see, we don't have any error, and then we also get the response perfect. And obviously this is just a console, but in our case now, inside this question list we'll have all the questions which we want. Okay, so that's how, guys, you need to generate the questions with the help of AI. Now these all the questions we want to display it on this particular screen, okay, so that if user don't want any question, he can just delete that question, and then after clicking generate the unique interview or generate the interview link, it will generate a unique link for you with that all the questions. Now let's display all the question list which is generated with the help of AI. So inside the question list only, over here we'll say inside over here we'll add a question list dot length is greater than 0. It means we have the data, right? Then I added and operator, I will add a div, and inside the div we will map this question list dot map. Here we'll say question comma index and the arrow function. Inside this we'll add a div again in order to add the questions. So we'll say question dot, and if you see the response type, so if I go to the inspect panel and its console, inside the question we again have the question. So here we'll say question dot question, or you can just replace this with an item, so that is more meaningful. Here we'll add a key as an index, okay, and you can mention the type of the question as well, okay, so which type of question is that. So here we'll add s2 tag, we'll say type, and then we'll mention item dot type. Now for this s2 tag we'll add a class name, we'll make font medium, and everything I'll keep as it is. For this div tag we'll add a class name, we'll add some padding, let's say padding to 3. We'll add a border, then border is of gray, let's add 200. For this parent div we'll add a class name, we'll padding to 5, and we'll also add a border, and we'll add border gray, let's say 300, and we'll make this rounded to XL, and this one also will make a rounded to XL. Okay, I think that's all we needed, and then save it. So right now it's generating the questions. Oh, so if you see right now we did not get not displaying anything. That's because we forgot to check, okay, because all of these questions are inside this interview questions field again. Okay, so in order to access that one, either from the JSON pass you can save like this, just all the interview questions, okay, and then you can display those. So let's try that again. And one more thing we forgot, we added this inside the loading. We want that outside of the loading, okay, so I will keep it inside outside of this loading. Make sure that one. So and just format this one and save it. Okay, and if you see we caught it, obviously generating the new one. Okay, but this will be not the case every time. And over here we have all the questions. Okay, but another important thing we need to make sure, we'll change the font size of these particular uh, questions, and also we want to give a gap, and for this we're gonna make a background to white. Then we want to change the class name. Here we'll make text smaller. Here we can make text font bold, and then we have all the questionnaire. I think that's pretty good. Okay, and make sure to add a margin bottom to, let's say, 3. For the testing purpose I will just comment this out because we don't want to execute again. But if you see, we have now all the questions ready. Okay, if I make this text font medium, okay, and I will make this one text gray 500, I think that will be good. If you want you can just change this to, let's say, primary. I think this is also fine. Okay, and these are your question now ready. Now these all the questions are 100% relevant to your job title, job position, job description, and all of this information. Depends on the duration and the type of question, it generated that much questions for you. Okay, so I last time I selected like 30 minutes, and that's why I selected around 8 to 10 questions for you. Now at the last we want to add a button which will help us to save all of this information along with the job description and everything and this generated question into our database. So at the last I'm going to add a button. So just after this I will add a div. Inside this div we'll say button, and we'll say finish. Okay, now on the finish obviously we'll add a on click method, and I will say on finish, and this method we are going to create. So maybe we can create after this constant on finish like this. Okay, and I will make sure we'll add a flex, justify at the end, margin top to 10, and save it. So this is the button will look like. Okay, if you want you can, I think I will keep as it is. Okay, and another important thing, here you can give the title at the top. So over here we'll add an s2 tag, but before that I will add div tag. I will wrap inside the div tag, and then inside the s2 tag we'll say generated interview questions. Okay, and over here we'll add a style, the class name, you say font bold, text larger. Okay, and save it. Something like this. You can give a margin bottom. Perfect. Okay, Also, before moving forward, we want to keep all of these component in different, all of these uh, question list in a different component. So over here, we'll say question list container dot jsx, add a default template, and inside that we'll provide add this one. So I will copy everything as it is and then we'll paste it here. Obviously we need to get the question list, okay, and I think that's all we needed. Now save it, and this question list container we need to import, and to this question list we need to pass the question list as it is, okay, and save it. Obviously you will not see any changes over here, but we have the finish button, and on the finish we'll just save this into our database. Now to save these questions along with the form data, we need to create a table. So inside this Supabase, we'll create a new table, and over here we'll give interviews, interview, just say interviews, okay, and obviously we'll add some columns. So over here we'll say job, position, then you can add a type as varchar, then job description of type varchar, then duration, again duration is of type varchar because we are saving as a string only, and the type is of type varchar again. Then the most important is the question list, and is of type JSON, okay, so make sure you will save it as a JSON. And I think we also need to say who created this, okay, the user ID. So here we'll say just username, or you can save the user ID as well. So it's up to you, okay, whether you want to save as a username or user email. I will save the user email because when you want to check you can easily find that out. And over here you can just go to and select varchar, okay. So all of this field now we selected, and we'll click save. There are couple of more column we want to add because we want to also generate a unique ID. So here we'll say interview ID, okay. So I give the name little bit different way, and it is of type varchar only because we want to save the unique ID, UUID, we can say that, okay. So that ID we want to save, and I think that's all. Let's save this one, and here we save this interview. I will just add this security rules, so because I want to disable that RLS, so I will just confirm that and then go back to this interview, okay. Now our table is now ready. Now I will go to this API doc, okay, in order to insert a row. So I will copy that, and this is the code in order to add a data to your interview table, okay. So on the click of finish, I'm gonna call this here. I will make this as async. Here make sure to import the Supabase. Then we have this from interviews inside the insert column. So I will just remove that, and inside that I will just destructurize the form data, okay, because form data and this table name is same, so it automatically assign those value. Then we want to save a type, the question list, user email, and interview ID. So after this we'll say question list. So this question list nothing from the generated question list, so here we'll say question list whichever we have. Then we want to save the user email. The user email we can get from the user hook. So we'll say user is equal to use user, and then I'm going to use this user dot email, okay. And the last thing that we need a interview ID. So over here we'll say interview underscore ID, and obviously you need to provide a unique ID. Now in order to generate the unique ID, here we'll say interview ID is equal to, I'm going to use one npm package called uuid. Okay, so go to this, just search on Google uuid npm. Here you will find this package and it will generate a unique identifier for you. Very easy. So just copy that first, and once you install, in order to use it, you just need to call this uuid4, something like this, and it will generate this formatted number. Make sure to import. So I will just make sure to copy that as the import statement and we'll paste it here. Okay, I think that's all we needed. I will just make sure everything's there. Obviously pass this interview id, and once you insert the record, you will get the data. Okay, I think let's save this one and let's see whether it's getting saved or not. So if I go to this one, obviously we'll add a position name and title. Let's add full stack developer. I already have this description, the duration as well, and generate questions. Now it's loading, so we'll wait. And here we have all the question list, okay, with the type and all. And let's click finish. Obviously we are not returning any, we are just consoling it, and inside the console we got the result obviously, and inside the result we'll get what are the data you inserted into database. Now if I go to the database and just refresh it, you will see that we have the job position, job description, duration, the type. Obviously we have the technical and behavioral, the question list which is in the form of JSON. That is pretty cool. Then the user email who inserted that record, and the interview ID. How cool. So that's how you need to insert the record as soon as you save it. Now when you are inserting record, make sure to add a loading state, but we have to make sure to keep the loading state different from that what we have. So over here we'll say constant save loading, comma set save loading is equal to use state, and here I will initially make false, and this particular state only enable and disable when we click on finish. So we'll say set save loading to true, and then over here we'll set save loading to false. Okay, now obviously over here we need to show the loader state. So I will say loader icon. This need to be a question mark, okay, or we'll say loader. We'll say save loading, and if that is true, then we want to show a loader icon. Here we'll add a class name, we'll add animate spin. Okay, otherwise everything will be as it is. And also I will disable this button. So we'll say disable when the save loading is true. Okay, so that's how you need to do it. And once it saved it, then we need to show a new page where we're gonna show the unique link. Okay, and just user can copy that link and share it with the candidate. Now once we save all the interview related information to our database, then we'll go to the step 3 where we are going to show that your interview link is ready, and this is the URL that you can use it. If you see this mockup, it's showing all the details. Here you have option to copy the link and you can show the link. You can also have option to share this link via email, Slack, WhatsApp. We can obviously give some option, and then if you want to create again new one, he has an option to create new as well. Okay, and over here we can show everything similar to like this mockup. So let's go back and we'll create a new component. So inside our create interview, under the component, we are going to add a new component, and here we'll say interview link.jsx. Inside that we'll add a default template and then save it. Now this interview link component we want to show when the step is equal to 3. So right now on the step 2 we are showing the question list. So over here we'll add an optional, we can just say step is equal to 3. Then we can show the interview link component, otherwise null. Okay, and then save it. Now inside this interview link component we want to send the whatever the data we are getting. Okay, so let me go back over here. So in this case, right, we want to click button. So inside the question list, obviously we have that button which will go to the next page. So over here, let's go to this finish button, and here we'll say create interview link and finish. Okay, so obviously here we are already clicking this on finish button, and on finish we are saving everything, right? But in that case we need to send over here. So here we'll add on create link, and we're gonna call, but in this on create link we are going to pass some parameter. The most important, we need to pass an interview id as interview id. Okay, then we also need to pass the number of question, okay, and the duration. So you can simply pass the form data, but you don't need to because we already have the form information over here. And I think that's all we needed. Okay, so just on create link I will just pass the interview id then. Okay, we don't need to pass anything else. So let's save this one, and this on create link we're gonna pass back to the parent component. And inside this question list, obviously we'll accept that on create link. Over here we are going to create that method, so we'll say constant on create link and the arrow function. Okay, and let's make this on create link again. So obviously it has the interview id, that interview id I'm going to pass, and here I will accept this interview id. Okay, now simply we'll define a state called constant interview id comma set interview id is equal to use step. And whenever we'll say we have this interview id, we'll just set the interview id with the interview id, and then we also set the step equal to step plus 1. Okay, now simply this particular interview id we need to send. So over here we'll set the interview id, and then we're gonna pass this interview id as it is. Along with this one, so this need to be just interview id. Okay, and along with this one we also want to pass a form data, so that also I'm going to pass as a form data, and then save it. Now go to the interview link here, accept the interview id and the form data, and then save it. Okay, now inside this interview link, now according to this mockup we are going to design. So I already added this checkbox icon, so we call it as a check.png. so over here first let's add that. So over here we'll add an image tag with the source. Inside that we'll say check.png. in alt tag we'll say check, and then inside the width we'll say 200, height to 200. Let's see how it looks on the screen first. So obviously we are right now on the step second, but what I will do, I will click on finish. Obviously we need to refresh it. Okay, let me do one thing for the testing purpose. I will change this step to 3, so directly you can able to see the third step. Okay, and now inside this interview link over here I will add a class name. Inside the class name let's add a width of let's 100 pixel and height to 100 pixel. Okay, and then save that one. Let's see, I think we can more decrease this size to 50 pixel. Okay, and save. Now obviously all of this content we want the center of the screen, right? So over here we'll add a class name, and we'll make it flex and item to be in the center. and then save it. I think make sure it is in the center of the screen. I think we need to also mark this as a width full, and here instead of width full, obviously we need to mark justify center, so it will be in the center. Obviously we'll give some margin top to 10. After this, I'm going to add a text, and here we'll say your AI interview is ready, and save it. For this one, we'll add font bold and text to large. Then we'll add a p tag. In that we'll say share this link with your candidates to start the interview process. As simple as that, and then save it. Okay. Let's go back and see how it looks. Obviously everything in the one line, so here we'll make this flex column. Okay, and then to this one we'll add margin top to 4, and over here we'll say margin top to 3. Perfect. Then we will add a div in order to show the link. So we'll add a div. Inside this div, we'll add another div, and in div tag we'll say interview link. Okay, then we'll add another s2 tag. We'll say valid for 30 days. Now for this div we'll add a class name flex, justify between, item to be in the center, and for this one we'll add a class name. We'll add padding to 1, padding x to 2. We'll make a text primary and background blue 50. Okay, we'll make rounded, extra rounded, so something like this. See, and then make sure to here let's make the width to be full. Okay, and I think that's what we wanted. Also we want to add some padding, so we'll add padding to 7, margin top to let's say 6. I also want a rounded corner. Let's make it XL and save it. We'll make background white, obviously something like this, which is similar to this particular block. Okay, so we are working on this block. Obviously for this over here we say font bold as well. See, perfect. Then we want an input box and the button. Okay, so similar to like this one. So over here again I will add a div. We want input component, which we already have, and inside that we provide a default value, or you can even provide the value as well. Okay, but we'll provide the default value, and in this case along with the ID we want to create our own unique URL. Okay, so maybe you can write it here, constant get interview URL, and that you can get it from this interview ID. Okay, you can generate that one, but before that let's go to this .env.local file. Here I will add one environment variable called host URL. Okay, so which is nothing but the domain URL. Now in our case the domain URL is just localhost 3000, but once you deploy you can just update this local URL. Okay, and in this case we'll say interview slash, and that ID we want to pass it. Okay, so this is the host URL. I will keep it. I will save this one, and if you need you can obviously change anytime. Okay, and over here we'll say constant URL is equal to process.env dot this next public host URL plus slash interview ID. Okay, and this URL obviously I'm going to return, so we'll say return URL. Now once you have written this URL, obviously you can call this particular method, so it will return that particular value. Here I will make this disable as true and then save it. Obviously it's coming at the top, we want at the bottom, so for this one we make flex and then flex column. Oh, so basically we don't need to do that. We by mistakenly put inside this div, so make sure it is outside of this particular div. Okay, so we don't want this space. I will remove it. and we'll paste it here. Perfect. And now I think that's look good to me. Also here we'll add margin top to, let's make it 3 only, and then we also want a button, so we'll say button. In that button I will add a copy icon, and then we'll write copy link. See, but we want everything in one line, so we'll make it flex and we'll give gap to, let's say, 3. And make sure if you want to give item to be in the center, just make sure it's vertically center. See, something like this, okay, which is similar to this one. Right now it's showing the undefined. That's because we don't have this interview ID ready, right? Because we are just showing we are directly on the page number or step number 3, okay? But once we have the interview ID ready, it will show it. After this we will add a horizontal line, see, something like this, and then we will add these options. So basically after this we'll just add horizontal line. To this line we'll add a class name margin y to, let's say, 5. Perfect. See, the horizontal line get added automatically. I will make it 7, and then we'll add a div. Inside this div we'll add a h2 tag. Inside this we'll add a clock icon. You need to write a duration, so we'll say form data dot duration. From that you can get that. I will save it and make sure that is getting displayed over here. We'll make text smaller, and text is of gray color, let's say 500. If I make this excess, whether this, I don't think so this is getting changed, but that's fine. Over here I will just write 30 minutes just to see how it looks. See, obviously you need to make this in one line, so just mark it as a flex, gap of 2, and also we'll make item to be in the center, and for this clock I will put the height of 4, width to 4. Perfect. See, and now I will copy this 2 more times, one for the questions. So over here we'll say list, and then we have calendar, and save it. For the calendar I don't think so we need it, so I will just comment this out, and I will also remove this now because we don't need this, but just we'll test it once more time, and we want everything in one line. So for this div as well, we make it flex, gap to 5. Perfect. And then I will just remove this dummy text, and here instead of the duration, now here we'll say number of questions, right? So I don't think so we have the number of questions, so we'll get the question list if you want. For now I will say number of question as a 10, okay, but we can update with the actual number of question later on, and then save it. And then this is how it will look like. Only thing that I'm concerned is this Excel, so I will make it just a large. Perfect. Now after this we'll add share via. So if you see we have this option, so you can also add the similar option. So outside of this div we'll add another div. We'll add a class name margin top to 7, background white, padding to 5. We'll make a rounded to large, and then save it. Inside that we want 3 buttons, so we'll add a button. In that we'll add an email. Email. We don't have. I don't know why we don't have the email template, or maybe it's a mail only. Yeah, mail. This is the icon, okay, and then we'll say email. And if I go back, this is how it looks. But if you see, this email is the button is in the primary color, but if you want to make this outline, just provide a variant as outline, okay, and then you will see this outline button. Also for this div, make the width full, and just before that I will say h2 tag. In h2 tag we'll say share via. Perfect. Now I will wrap these all the buttons in one div because we want to add few more buttons. Over here we'll say Slack. Maybe you can add anything, okay, or maybe you can say WhatsApp and save. And for each of these button we'll add a class name. So let's add a so just type command because I want to select everything. So come option, or you can use command, and here you can give the class name and just make as a width to be full. Okay, now for this div we'll make a class name, we'll make it flex and gap to 5. Oh, don't make it flex, that's weird, but I don't know why it's showing. Let's make it flex, and this is quite weird actually. And here we'll give margin top to 5. Oh, I think let's make it 2 only, not that much. And for this one we'll add a class name font bold. Perfect. Okay, and then if you want you can add an option to create a new interview. So at the last I will add 2 buttons, one which will go back to the dashboard. So here we'll say arrow left and we'll add back to dashboard. Okay, and another button which will say, here we'll say add a plus icon, and then we'll say create new interview. Now for this button this will be a variant of outline. Okay, and then we'll add a class name flex, then width to be full and gap to 5. I will make justify between actually, okay, something like this, see, and margin top to 6. Perfect. So here you have option to either create new interview or go back. Now obviously on the click of back to dashboard we want to navigate to the previous page. So I will just simply wrap it inside the link tag hrefs, and here we'll navigate to the dashboard screen. And for this link tag we'll navigate to the create interview page. And save it. And when you click on the copy link, we make sure that we want to copy it on the clipboard. So over here you can add on click method, right? And I will just call a method called on copy link. Okay, and then over here we'll create a method, and let's put this method over here so directly we can use it, okay, because we already have all the details. And then over here we'll say await navigator dot clipboard dot write text, and simply you can put the text which you want to add it. Over here we'll say async, and then inside the toast message we'll say link copied, and then save it. Okay, let's test this out. So if I click on this copy link, boom, and if I go over here paste it, you will see the link I can able to paste it. Okay, perfect. So that's how you can add the copy link functionality. I think everything is done. I think that for this button, I don't know, somehow let's go to this button component, and inside the button component the cursor pointer is missing, so I will add that. So now if I hover on this one, somehow the cursor pointer is not getting reflected. See, I don't know what is the issue. If I put it over here, because this is the shared CN button, okay, anyway, we can figure that out later on, but that's not important thing here. The thing is we are able to successfully display all of this information. Now let's test this out. So I will go to the dashboard. Here we have this create new interview. Oh, so let me reset our step. Okay, so here I'm gonna use the step 1 only. Okay, and we'll add full stack developer. We'll add some description. Oh, so this is the description for the testing purpose. I will put it here. You can add the interview duration and which type of interview type you want. Click generate question, and now it's generating the question for us, and boom, is get generated. Okay, as we have only 5 minutes interview, so it generate only 5 questions. And now if I click on create interview link and finish, it will go to this previous page where you can able to see all of these details. But over here you still will see it's showing the undefined as the interview ID. Only thing we have to make sure that you are able to get this interview ID. Okay, so the problem over here, if you see in the interview link, interview ID, we use this interview underscore ID as a field, but inside this we use this incorrect field. So make sure to add the correct field and then use this field over here as well. So make sure you are using the passing the correct field. Make sure the name is also correct. Okay, and then it will fix the issue. And if you see, I put the random one and now it's showing perfectly fine. So here I am testing again. So we'll generate the question after filling the form, and then once the question is ready, we click on this create interview link and finish. And here we have all the questions, and if I click create interview link, you will see this loading icon, and then oh, so I think I hard coded value is still there. So if you see, this value is still there, so I need to add this interview ID only. Okay, and then it will show me the correct interview ID with this record, because if you see, the record get inserted with the specific ID, and then this specific ID you are able to see over here. Okay, so right now I just hard coded this ID, that's why it's showing, but it's working perfectly fine. Now it's time to implement the interview process route, where as you know that we are generating this interview unique link where we have this domain name / interview and then interview ID. And on that one we are going to show the content like this, where we have this image, then we are going to show the job position, the duration, then option to enter the user full name, some tips, and then a button to join the interview. Okay, and obviously in order to get all the interview information, we are going to use this particular ID. Through this ID we already have the content or record in the database, and with that help of this interview ID we are going to fetch that particular record, and through that we have the job position, job description, and all the information which we needed. Okay, so that's how we are going to implement it. So first thing, we need to create a new route called interview, and then this will be the interview ID. It should be a dynamic, right? So we need to add a dynamic route as well. So let me close all of these tab, and inside this main folder we don't need to create it, okay, because we want to create which is completely different from our dashboard. So basically inside this app folder we'll create a interview folder, and inside that we'll create a dynamic route. So we'll say interview underscore ID. Obviously this need to be a folder, so make sure it's a folder. Okay, and then give the folder name with the square bracket so that you can change the interview ID. And over here inside that we'll add a page.jsx. and now let's add a default template. Here we'll say interview and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and simply go to the route called interview slash, and I will copy this interview ID. So in this case let's copy this interview ID and paste it and click enter. Then you will see you got this interview text. Okay, now this interview has their own header, okay, because we are going to use our own different header. So inside this interview folder I'm going to add underscore components folder, and we'll add uh, header.jsx. Okay, here we'll say interview header.jsx. Add a default template and then save it. Now obviously I will make sure to import that inside this interview header component. Okay, and then save it. Now obviously to this particular interview you can add the own layout as well. Okay, so simply here we can add a layout file. So we'll say layout.jsx, add a default template, and we'll say interview layout. Obviously we are going to render the children through it, so I will add a children and then render it like this. Okay, so you can either use this interview header directly to the layout as well and save it, and on the screen obviously you will see the text called interview header. Now you go to the interview header and simply we just need to add a logo for now. So we'll add image tag with the source. So make sure to import this image tag from the next/image, and inside the source we're gonna use logo.png file. In the alt tag we'll say logo, and then let's give width and height. Something like this. So logo it's very small, so let make it 180. I think 140 is fine. Okay, and then for this div we'll add some padding and let's add little bit of shadow. So we'll say shadow small. Perfect. Okay, now after this header we want to add let's go to this page.js file, and over here we need to create a page. So simply we'll add a div, and inside this let's add a logo. So we'll copy this image tag, the source tag, or let's copy this same image tag from this one. Make sure to import this image as well, but I will make this 100 only and save it. Okay, so that's where you can able to see. Let's make it 140 only. Now we want this in the center of the screen, and depends on the screen size you can change the padding. So for this div we'll add a class name, and we'll add a padding x to 10 when the screen size is smaller. On the medium screen we can say padding x to 28. On large we can set the padding is 48, and extra large we'll say padding x to let's say 64. Okay, and let's see how it looks. See, now it's at the depends on the screen size, you will see it automatically changed the padding. See, perfect. Also I will give margin top to let's say 20. Let's make it 16. Okay, after this I'm gonna put everything in the center of the screen. So for this div we'll add a flex item, we'll make justify center. Okay, then we gonna add a border and we'll make rounded to XL. Now for this particular layout you can even add a background secondary. Okay, and you can also make height to the screen. It doesn't matter, but that's fine. And now you can add a background inside the page.js as a background white. Okay, only to that particular card. See, over here I will just make it large. After this image I'm gonna add a text, and here we'll say AI powered interview platform. Now for this we can keep like this. Let's see how it looks. Obviously here we'll make flex column, so it will be in one line, and I will also make item to be in the center. Perfect. Let's add some padding to this particular div. So let me add some padding. Let's say padding to 7. And for this h2 tag we'll add margin top to 3. After this we want to add an illustration. Okay, so if you see something like this, so here I added this interview.png file, so that I'm going to use. So simply I will add image tag, the source. Over here we'll say slash interview.png. In alt tag I will say interview, width let's say 500, height to 500. In the class name we can say width to let's say 350 pixel, and then save it. And this is how it will look like. I think we can decrease the size to let's say 250, and then also give margin y to 6. Okay, I think that is much better. You can just change to let's say 280. Then we just want to show the title. Okay, now obviously here we can just hard code it for now. So inside the h2 tag here we'll say full stack developer interview. Okay, so this will be the actual job position title that we're gonna show, and then we also going to add the duration. Okay, but let's add some style to this one. So over here we'll add a class name, we'll make font bold, text large, and save it. Perfect. So this is how it will look like. Let's make it accent. Let's see how it looks. I think this is also fine, and let's give margin top to 3. I think we don't need to margin. After this we want to add a duration. So inside the h2 tag I will add clock icon, and then we'll add let's say 30 minutes. Let's make it class name to be flex, gap of 2, item to be in the center, text is of gray, let's make it 500, and for this clock we'll add a class height of 4, width of 4. Perfect. And then we also want margin top to 3, so some space. Then we're gonna add an option in order to add a user name. So inside the div we'll simply add a h2 tag, and inside that we'll say enter your full name. Then inside this input field obviously you can add a placeholder where user can enter his full name. So example will give something like John Smith. Okay, and then save it. Perfect. Over here you can make the width to be full, and if you see that width full is stretching all over, right? So what you can do, you can also add padding x, okay, to this particular div. So over here we'll add padding x, depends on the screen size. So on large screen we can add padding x to let's say 32, or make it 30. Yeah, 32 is fine. On extra large we can make padding x to 52. Okay, I think this is much better. And if I change the screen size, then you will see the changes as well. See, perfect, right? So this is completely responsive, and that's all we need over here. And then if you want, you can add a tip section. So over here inside the div we'll add an h2 tag. Inside that we'll say before you begin, and then inside the ul tag I will add li tag. We'll say ensure you have a stable internet connection. Okay, and same thing I'm gonna add it. So here I added all of this info section as well, and at the last we just want to add a button. So out of this inside this div only we'll add a button. We'll say join interview, and over here I will add a video icon, and then save it. Obviously let's add a margin top to 5, and then also we'll say width to full, and text, font bold, and save it. Perfect, something like this. See? And one more thing, I think let's remove this height to be screen from the layout because it automatically detect that. And if you want, for this page we can also give a margin bottom to 20, so some space. You can have option to scroll it. Okay, let's add it. Instead of this one, we can add it to this particular div. See, and this is your UI is now ready. Now it's time to get the record information depends on the interview ID from the database. Okay, so it's quite easy as you already have the interview ID. Okay, so in order to get this parameter, you will just say constant interview underscore ID is equal to use params, and inside here we'll say console.log interview ID. Let's console it and we'll see whether we are getting any error. Right now obviously we use the hook, so we need to make this component on the client side. And now if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and here we have the interview ID. See, perfect, right? Now once you have the intro ID, you can easily fetch the data from the database. So over here we'll write constant get interview detail is equal to and the arrow function. Inside this, obviously if I go to the Supabase, here go to the API docs and you will learn how to get the data. So go to the filtering option, and here obviously you need to fetch a record, and depends on which column do you on which column you want to fetch it. Okay, also we have to make sure we don't want to fetch all the data, because if you fetch all the data, it also fetch the question list and user will get to know beforehand only. Okay, so when you read the data, right, you have to provide which column you want to read. See, something like this. So you just need to mention the column which you want to fetch it and just apply the filter, as simple as that. So I will just copy this example for now and we'll paste it here. Okay, if you see it's using the Supabase, so make sure to import. We'll import the async. Obviously this Supabase, just one more time I want to inform you that the Supabase which is importing from our service folder. Okay, then the table which is interview, and the column which we want to fetch is the job position. So here we'll say job position. Then you can also fetch a job description. Okay, then the duration, and you don't need to fetch a type, but if you want you can fetch the type as well, and that's all we needed. Okay, I think that's all we need, so that's good. And at the last we'll say dot filter, and inside dot filter, similar to this API doc, you need to apply the condition. Okay, obviously you don't need to add dot filter, just add dot equal to, and then on email, on user on interview ID, I believe the column name is interview underscore ID, and then pass the interview ID which we already have from this. Okay, now this particular method we want to call inside the use effect whenever we have the interview ID available, and inside the use effect we'll say interview ID is available, then only call the get interview details. Inside the console I will write data of 0 because it will only fetch one record, right? So that's the reason we want to fetch the one. So over here obviously it will fetch as a interviews and then save it. If I go back to our application, and here depends on this ID, if you see, I think that's what we got it. Okay, but online page 26, which is this one only. Okay, let's remove this and let's fetch interviews. And now over here still fetching only job position. I think we missed something. So if I go to the API docs and go to the read rows, here we need to provide in a one string, okay, and not a separate. So here something like this. So that's where I did mistakes. So I will remove this and just give the comma, okay, and save it. And now you will get all the list. See, we got the duration, job description, job position, and the type. Beautiful. Now only replace the hard-coded value with this our real value. So first we'll save this. So here we'll say interview data comma set interview data is equal to use state, and we'll just set that. So set interview data is interviews of 0. Then once we have this interview data, obviously we need to change the job position. Over here we'll say interview data dot job position, and duration as well. So here we'll update everything to interview data, dot duration, and save it. Now if I go back, obviously we have an error. So it's saying duration is not defined. So make sure to add this optional operator field, that is question mark, and still we have the issue. So if I refresh this, somehow we are not, okay, we are getting the data. This is not the correct one. So let's see why. Okay, so this need to be interviews, okay, not the interview. And now if I refresh, boom, if you see, it's saying full stack developer. Obviously this one is 5 minutes, but yeah. And then once you enter the full name, then user have option to join the interview. Now make sure once user enter the username, then only enable the button. So over here we'll say user name comma set user name is equal to use state. Also I'm going to add a loading state. And initially it will be false, and once the loading is starts, so over here we'll say set loading to true, and then set loading to false once we have the interview data. Also I'm going to wrap this in try catch block with the exception E, and then we can add the set loading inside this try catch block. If you have any error, it means either the interview ID is not present. So here we'll say incorrect interview link, okay, something like this we can just tell it. So if I miss something, okay, so I don't know, okay, I think it's a correct one. Let's put another one. Okay, so it's not written anything somehow, but I think you can just mention if your interview is empty, then you can just also show the toast message. So here we'll say if interview dot length is equal to 0, then we can return nothing, okay, and obviously I want to set the loading as a false, but we can show the toast message. And if you see, it's saying incorrect interview link if it's not correct. But if I copy the correct one, so let's copy this one, or you can copy anything, it doesn't matter. But if you paste this one, obviously this is the correct one. Oh, so this need to be interview slash, and oh, that's weird. Let me see the correct one. I think this is correct one. I don't know why it did not fetch. Oh, so this need to be interviews. Oh, I don't know why I'm every time I'm mistaken that, but now if I refresh, it's working. Okay, so that's how you need to implement it. And not only that, but it also fetch this one. Now once to this input field, make sure to get the user information. So where we have this input field, over here we'll say on change. Here we have the event, and simply we'll set the set the username as event dot target dot value. Okay, and to this button, obviously I am going to disable this button. So let's say disable if loading is true, or username is not there. So here we'll say not username. So if you see, and only once we add the username, then it will enable, otherwise it will disable this button. So that's the first step, that you fetch the basic interview information in order to start the interview process. Okay, so make sure add this UI, which is very clean and easy, and then depends on the interview ID, we have to fetch the interview information from the Supabase. Now once user click on the join interview, we have to fetch all the interview question from the database, and then we need to save the user name and the interview question into the context hook. Okay, so that into the next page where we are actually going to start the interview, on that page we are need to pass all of these context. Okay, and once we have all the information along with the questions, then we are going to use Vapi. Vapi is a real voice AI agent which help us to ask you the question in a real voice. Also, it can think and generate the response with the help of AI model, and then it will also understand what you talk. It means it will convert your voice speech to a text, and all of them are bundled together, and then Vapi will provide everything in a single go. You don't need to implement each of the thing one by one. If you saw my previous video, we implemented all of these feature one by one in my AI voice agent application, but here Vapi will do everything for you. Now, before setting up the Vapi, first we'll fetch the interview question, and then we will save to the context so that we can pass it to the interview start screen. So let's go back to our application, and inside this interview ID page.js file, when we user click on join interview, here we'll add on click method, and we'll say on join interview. Now obviously this method we need to create, and simply we want to fetch the record from the database, depends on the interview ID. So obviously anytime you can go to this API doc, go to the read rows, and simply copy this. In this case you can fetch all the information, all the columns from the database. Now here I will make this as async, and make sure to import the Supabase because we already use this Supabase, so we don't need to import it again. And here we pass the interview, but make sure to filter this out, depend. So we'll set equal to emails, oh sorry, not email, interview ID, and then we'll pass the interview ID which we already have. Okay, now once we have this interview ID and everything we pass, obviously in the console we'll get the interviews of 0th element, and then obviously we need to save in a context. But before that, let's test this out. So I will save this. I will go back to our application. Inside the inspect panel, go to the console. Here we'll say to Guruji, and simply I will click join interview, and boom, if you see, we got the response along with the question list. As soon as you get this all the information, obviously we want to navigate to the new screen, but before that we need to save in a context. So I'm going to create a context inside this context folder, and we'll call it as a interview data context.jsx. Here let's add a default temp, sorry not default, but here we'll just need to say export constant interview data context is equal to create context, like this. Now once you save inside your interview where we use the layout, right, either you can directly mention this or wrap this application. So over here we'll say interview data context dot provider, Here you can pass a default value, and we are going to keep this particular component on the client side as well. Okay, so I will define some default state. So here we'll say interview info comma set interview info is equal to use state, and then I will copy everything as it is and will paste it here and then save it. Now in order to use it and update this interview info state, simply go to your page.jsx. First mention this or initialize this interview info, and in order to use this context you need to write use context and the context name. So in this case the context name is interview data context. Once you define it using this set interview info, you can set the value interview of 0, something like this, and then save it. And once everything is set, you just need to navigate to the new screen. So for that one I'm going to define a router, and simply we'll navigate using router dot push, and then we want to navigate to the interview slash interview id, and then over here I'm going to add another route called start. So inside this interview underscore id we'll create a new folder called start, and inside that we'll create a page.jsx as our new route, and we'll rename this component or page as start interview. Okay, and save it. Now also I'm going to define a loading state, and initially it will be false. Oh, so we already have this loading state. So simply obviously I'm gonna use this loading state over here as well. So because we already define it, so let's make this as a true, and once the loading is complete we'll set the loading as true, oh sorry, false. Now if I scroll down over here, obviously we are disabling this loading state, but you can also show a loading or loader icon. So over here we'll add loader icon, and this loader icon only enable when it's loading. So we'll say if loading is true, then only show this loader icon, something like this, and then save it. Okay, as simple as that. Here we have an error that we use the use state and inside this layout file. So we need to mark this component on the client side. Okay, perfect. So if I add something, let's say to Guruji, and click join interview, so it's navigate to the start interview page. See, okay, and obviously now inside the context we have the data which we can use it in order to start the interview. Now here when we save the interview information inside our context, we need to make sure we'll only save the question list, and we also need to save the user data or the username. Okay, so here I will write object, we'll add username as username, and then inside that we'll say question list, and then just pass the question list only. Okay, so maybe over here if I go to this question list, you just need to get this list of questions. Okay, so from the interview of 0 dot question list, or let's do one thing here. I will pass interview info or interview data, I will say only, and then pass everything. Okay, then we need, after that we can figure it out, but make sure to pass the username as well because that is very important. Now actual interview start screen we are going to show the on the left hand side AI interviewer, and on the other side is the user profile image. Okay, we are not going to show similar like this, just we have to modify and keep the layout like this only. Okay, so let's go back to our application inside the VS code, and let me close all of this tab for now and just go to the start page. Inside this in order to get the interview information, right? So just we'll get the interview info comma set interview info is equal to use context, and here we'll say interview data context. Okay, and from that one we'll get the interview information along with the username. Here we'll add an h2 tag, and inside that we'll say AI interview session. And on the right hand side, so over here I will just add a span tag. Inside this span tag we'll add timer, something like this, and then we'll add our actual time, let's say for now something like this. Okay, but later on we want to replace this with the actual timer and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, I will just refresh the screen. Here we use the context, so we need to mark this as a use client. So you just write at the top as a use client, and here we have the data. Obviously we need to update a lot of things. We need to apply some style. So first thing, we'll add padding to 20. When the screen size is larger, we'll add padding x to 48, and for Excel we'll add padding x to, let's say, 56. Okay, and save it, something like this. Say, then for this h2 tag we'll add a class name. We'll make font bold and text of Excel, and then we want to keep this span on the right hand side, so we'll say flex and then justify between, and make sure these two things are also in the same line. So for this span tag as well, we make it flex gap of 2 and then item to be in the center. Perfect, something like this. Okay, now on the below side we want to divide into two section. So simply after this div we'll add another div, and obviously here I'm gonna convert this to class name to grid. Here we'll make grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller, but when the screen size is medium or larger, then we'll make grid column 2, and also give gap to, let's say, 7. Now inside that obviously we want to show a 2 div, so we'll add two columns, so we added 2 div. Now inside this first div we want to add the interviewer image. Okay, so over here you can add the image tag source, something like this, and here we'll add a interviewer or AI avatar. So I'll jump going to refer as a AI dot jpg. So I already added this particular file, so okay, this need to be on png. Here inside the alt tag, here we'll just add as a AI. Inside the width we'll say 100, height to 100, and inside the class name we'll say width to, let's say, 60 pixel, height to 60 pixel, and then we'll make a rounded to full. Okay, and then save it. And if I go back, this is how it will look like. It's stretching right now, so but just make this object cover. Perfect. Obviously as per this mockup we need to round it. Okay, and we'll keep it in the center of the screen. So over here I will add a class name, and then I will add background white, padding to, let's say, 20, rounded corner to, let's say, large only, and if you want add border, you can add border as well, and then save it. You can increase this size, let's say 40, padding to 40. I think this is much better, and also make sure the image in the center of the screen. So here we'll make item to be in the center and justify in the center. Perfect. Also give margin top, so to this div, or maybe, yeah, so to this div only you can add, not to this div but to this one will add margin top to 5. Perfect. Just I will make sure when we decrease the screen size how it looks. See, on the very small screen it's the padding is gone, right? So if I decrease the screen size, it's not showing anymore. That's because we give a very extended padding. So rather than that, you can just provide the height, let's say 200 pixel. Okay, 200 is very small, let's make it 400. Okay, and when you change this now, it will not affect, say. Okay, so that thing you need to make sure you will keep in mind. Now I also copy this div again and we'll paste it on the second way, or sorry, on the second column, but in this case we want to show actual user image. Okay, but we don't have the user image, so rather than that we can just show the user initial. So simply we'll add a h2 tag. Inside that, as you know that we already have the username, which we can get it from the interview info.user name, and just write get the first text. Okay, and then save it. Obviously it will not display here, but I will go back here. We'll say to Guruji for example and join interview, and then you will see the T. Now apply some font. So over here we'll add a class name. We'll make text to Excel, then we'll add a background to primary, and then we'll make text to white. We'll add padding to let's say 3, and we'll make rounded full. Okay, that's look weird. Let's add padding X to 6. Let's make it 5. I think that will be better, say. And that's how you can show it. Now another important thing that you need to do is to add the name. So over here in the h2 tag we'll add a name of the user. So here we'll say AI recruiter, and over here you need to show the user name. And save it. Obviously here we need to make it as a flex column and give gap to 3, and same thing I will copy and we'll make it here, because when you make it flex it will be in the one row. And boom, if you see, now we have the 2 section where you can start the we can show that okay, this is the AI recruiter, this is tubers, right? We just give the feeling that you are actually giving the interview. Now another important thing, we need to give a 2 button, one for cut the call and one for the mute. So after this div we'll add one div. Inside that we need to add an icon called mic, and to this one we'll add a class name. We'll give height to 10, width to 10, and save it. This is how it will look like, but over here we need to give some padding. Then we'll add a background. Let's add a gray background, and we'll make rounded full, something like this. See, beautiful. You can increase this size if you want. Let's make it 12, so it will increase the size as well. And same thing I'm gonna add it, so I will add one more call. I think we can call it as a phone, and we'll copy the same class name and we'll paste it here. But in this case for the phone I'm gonna add a background red 500 and save it. And obviously we'll make a text white. We'll add more padding. Let's see how it looks. I think let's keep it 3 only. Okay, perfect. Now both the button is ready. For this one let's make text white and let's see how it looks. So here I will make 500. Perfect. Now in order to bring this both the button in the center, let's add a class name flex item to be in the center and gap to 5, justify to be in the center only. Perfect. Let's do margin top. So over here we'll say margin top to 7. Okay, and that's how our page is now ready. Over just below to that one, if you want to add one more text, so over here it's up to you. We can just say interview is in progress. I will say interview in progress dash dash dash, and here we'll say class name text smaller, text gray, let's say 400, and we'll say text to be in the center of the screen. Perfect. Also give margin top to 5, so some space. Okay, so that's how your layout is ready. Now just make sure, in order to give a real feel, I will also add this cursor pointer, so whenever we hover on this one, it will act like a cursor. Perfect. Now it's time to integrate the Vapi into our application. Vapi is the voice AI platform that enables developers to build, test, and deploy interactive voice agent efficiently. As I, I already explained why we are using the Vapi, as it handles a real-time conversation, it also generates the response, and it will give you the response as well in real time, and most important, whatever you speak, it will convert into a voice, and then it will convert to a text, and it helps us to build application much faster instead of integrating this each of the step one by one. And that's the reason we are going to use Vapi. Now Vapi is a free, and you can join it for a free. You will get 1000 minutes every month if you join with the link in the description. So just click on that one and then just create a new account. Once you create the account, just open the dashboard, and then here obviously this is the dashboard where you will see how many minutes you use, all the analytics. Then you have option to create a new assistant. Okay, so obviously you have option to create a different assistant here. If you want to make application like taking a appointment through the phone, then Vapi is the perfect solution for that. If you want to create a small workflow or application, you can do it directly through the Vapi dashboard, and that also we're gonna learn it. If you want to learn more about this workflow structure through the Vapi dashboard, let me know in the comment section. Then you can have option to create a new phone number and lot of other things you can explore inside this Vapi dashboard. Now main thing we want to focus is to integrate Vapi into our application. So simply click in link in the description. So we'll jump onto this documentation, click on this quick start guide. Now, if you want to learn about how the dashboard will work and how to create a voice AI agent without writing a code, then with this dashboard quick start, you can learn it. And here, if you see this simple example that is taking the order from the restaurant, so you can call it, it will give you these are some options. You can just put the order and then Vapi will handle everything for you. How cool, right? But in our case, we want to integrate Vapi inside the web. So we'll click on this option called web call quick start. You can watch this video. Okay, it's quite helpful. And this is the SDK which we can use it to integrate. Okay, so just click on that one. First thing, we need to install the Vapi into our project. So copy this npm command. Here we'll just install this one. And after installing, the next thing that you need to import this package. So I will just copy that, and inside this start interview page, make sure to import this Vapi. Then you need to initialize this Vapi by providing the public key. So just copy that, we'll paste it here, make sure to import this Vapi which we already did, and then you need to get this public key. Now in order to get this public key, go to the Vapi dashboard, and over here you will see account setting, organization setting. Inside this organization setting, you have an option called API key. Here you will see this private and public. So make sure to copy this public key. Then go to this .env.local file, and here I will add this public key. So here we'll say Vapi public key, and then paste this key and save it. Now don't forget to update this API key. So obviously we have this environment variable. I will copy it, and we then will use it over here. Okay, and then save it. Now next thing, we need to start the call. So on the click of this, or not on the click, but whenever we load this particular page, we'll start the conversation. So over here we'll say constant start call and the arrow function. Inside this, we'll check if interview information is available. Okay, and then only we want to execute this start call. Now, in order to start this call, as per the documentation, we are going to use this overriding assistant configuration. Okay, so obviously in that one you need to provide a transcriber, model, voice and everything. And along with that, we also need to pass some instruction. So I already added this instruction. Okay, so this is the assistant option where I'm providing the first message with the username and the job position. Then inside the content, we are telling to the AI assistant that you are AI voice assistant conducting interview. These are some of the things about you, and this is the job position. Obviously, we need to replace with the actual position. Then we need to add the question list as well. Okay, and then this particular information we need to add. Now, first thing first, obviously from the interview info, we need to get the question list. Okay, so let's do that. So over here I will let's add a use effect first. Okay, so we'll add a use effect, and this use effect, inside this use effect we're gonna execute this start call. Now this start call will only execute when we have this interview information. So that's the reason we are executing use effect when the interview information is ready. So you don't need to add the if loop or if condition inside the start call. Now let's get the interview question list. So over here we'll define a question list. Okay, and then from the interview info we'll get all the question list. So what we'll do, we'll combine all the questions as a string. So here we'll say interview info dot questions. I will just see, okay, it's interview data actually. The interview info dot interview data dot question list dot for each, and here we'll say question comma index and the arrow function. Okay, inside this we'll just append this. So we will say question is equal to question plus comma, and then this needs to be a question list. So question list plus the question. So this needs to be again a question. Okay, something like this. So that's how you need to add. Obviously first time the question list will be the empty. So basically let me do like this. So question plus comma question list. Okay, something like this we can do it. And so it will just append each of the question to this question list, and we'll console the question list just to verify that we are getting all the questions which we want, and then save it. Now again inside this question we have the field. Okay, so if I go back, so right now we are not printing, but if I go to the database, okay, and inside this question list you will see inside that we again have a field called questions. Okay, so here I will just replace this with the item, so it will be little bit easy to understand. So we'll say item dot question, and then we are appending. Let's save it and let's test this out. So I will go back, I will refresh the screen. Here we'll add a name, and then we'll say join interview, and boom, if you see we got all the question list, and after each question we are just giving a comma. Okay, so each question we are separating by the comma. Obviously you can even separate with the index value as well. Now once we have this question list, now we'll copy this instruction. Okay, this is the assistant option. Obviously you will get it inside this documentation, or you can also access from the link in the description from the free assets. So let me go back, and over here obviously this is not a string, so I will remove that as a string, and most important, don't add it as a export. Okay, and this is the assistant option that we need to add. Now here we need to replace with an actual user name. So over here I will add interview info dot user name. Okay, then the job position, so this job position will get it from the interview data, interview info dot interview data dot job position. Okay, then if you scroll down little bit, here also we want to add the job position, so I will just copy this line and we'll paste it over here. So we need to add like this. And for the question list, we already have the question list, so that question list we're gonna add, and I think that's all we needed. Okay, and all the instruction we added here, you can change the voice transcriber, depends on your requirements. Okay, you can keep as it is, but because Vapi is taking care of everything, you don't need to do anything, just you can provide the choice. Obviously, if you want to see different voices model, just go to that particular provider and then you can select it. Now once you have this assistant option ready, then simply you have to say Vapi dot start and provide these assistant options. This is how simple it is. Okay, now after that one, I will make sure I am on the previous page, otherwise it will get executed immediately. Okay, but after this, when user click on the cut call, okay, so on this button we want to stop the call and we want to cut it. Okay, so over here we'll say on, or another option we can do, we will check or add alert message, do you really want to stop the call? Okay, so go to the chat scene and here we have this alert message, not alert dialog, sorry. So it will ask, do you really want to confirm, something like this. So we can use this, copy this alert dialog and I'm gonna paste it here. Oh sorry, we need to install first, so make sure to install that. And after installing, we copy this import statement and copy this alert dialog and simply I'm gonna insert it here, but I'm just wondering if what we create a new component for that. So inside this start, let's create underscore components folder. Okay, and inside that we'll say alert confirmation dot jsx component. Okay, let's add it here, so that will be easy for us. Okay, and this dialog trigger will execute when we pass that. So obviously this is dialog trigger and we want to open it, depends on this particular button. Okay, and I will remove this import statement from here and we'll paste it inside this. Now in order to open this dialog on the click of this phone, so what you need to do, you need to add alert dialog, alert confirmation component over here, and then pass this icon or button as a child of this alert confirmation. So it will go to these children. Then it will say, are you absolutely sure the action cannot be undone? And here we'll say your interview will end. Okay, something like this. And here we have button continue and then cancel. Now on the click of this continue, we'll just say on click and then we'll pass our stop interview method. Okay, so we'll call this stop interview method. We'll pass back this method to the parent component and then over here we'll accept that as a stop interview and simply we'll say Vapi dot stop because it has a method called stop and then it will stop the call. Obviously after this we want to navigate to some other page. Okay, so either you can just stop it here or you can create a method called constant stop interview and then you can write this stop interview over here. But obviously we need to generate feedback and many other things that we can do it later on, but right now we'll just stop the interview and then save it. Okay, now let's test this all together. So I will go back and here we have, I will add a name. Let's add my name and simply I will say join interview. Now we'll wait.
Hi, Rahul. How are you? Ready for your interview on Full Stack Developer?
Yes, I'm pretty excited.
Awesome. It's great to have you here. Let's dive into the first question. You're tasked with implementing a feature that requires significant changes across both front end and back end systems. How would you approach planning and executing those changes to ensure minimal disruption?
Can you repeat the question again?
Of course. You're tasked with implementing a feature that requires significant changes across both the front end and back end systems. How would you approach planning and executing those changes to ensure minimal disruption?
So, as a full stack developer, I mostly use on the React on the front end side, and for a back end, I either choose a Node.js with a GraphQL or REST API, and it will help us to build application much faster and optimize, etc.
Great start. It sounds like you have a clear preference for technologies. In terms of planning and execution, you might also consider strategies like breaking down tasks, coordinating with your team, and using feature flags to minimize disruption. All right, next up, what are your preferred practices for writing clean, maintainable code in React? Can you provide examples?
So, basically, in the VS Code, uh, we can do some standardization at the documentation for each function, so that what that function can do, we can write that one inside the code, so any developer can help us and can easily understand the piece of code. And obviously we can set some standards so that everyone in the team can follow that to maintain the structure and codability.
Nice. Implementing standardization and documentation is key. Some other practices include using functional components, adhering to the single responsibility principle, and using prop types for type checking. Let's tackle the next one.
And that's how, guys, you can easily start conversation between you and the interviewer. And all of this question, whatever the we generated, it depends on that one, it will generate all the question for you. How cool, right? Now obviously on the cut of the call, it will ask you, do you really want to cut it, and then only it will stop the call. And if you see with this Vapi, it will not just randomly ask the question, but if you ask to repeat the question, it will repeat the question for you. And also it will help us to give the feedback about the question, give the hint, and whatever you talk about the answer about the interview questions, it will give the proper response, and it will give the excitement, okay, let's go to the next question. And that's how interactive is this AI voice agent with the help of Vapi. And that's how easily we build this AI voice agent. Obviously, now once uh, user give the feedback, cut the call, once we have all the feedback ready, we are going to show to the AI recruiter. But on this particular uh, page, we need to gather all the information. Now most interesting part with the Vapi, here if I go to the dashboard, and you can go to the observe, and here you will see call log. Inside the call log, just now we gave this call, and over here you will find all the details about the call, everything. See when it start, everything, all the information. Okay, here you can find the transcript. See your response, AI response, and all of these messages. Here we have the message which we send to the user, and obviously it will come and back, right? Back and forth. See, it's yours, it's a bot response, and so on. How easy it is with the help of Vapi. You can see all the details in one go, and that's how helpful. So I hope you understand this conversation part, how the interview will take place and everything. Now there's small thing that we need to update. First, you can also update the timer. Okay, it's very easy. And then when AI recruiter is talking, you can give the some pulse effect. When the user is talking, then type give the pulse effect. And obviously you can detect this from the documentation. Now from the documentation, you will go to this event section. Here you will see when the speech start, when the speech end. Not only that, but you will also have option to when the call start and end. And depends on that one, you can call the specific event. Now let's implement this all of these functionalities. So here I will copy this speech start function, and here I will add speech start as we already defined this Vapi, and it will execute when the speech has started. So I will define constant. Here we'll say active um, session, or not active session, but we'll say active user comma set active user is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. When the speech started means when assistant starts speaking, we'll set the active user to false. Okay, and then obviously here we have another called voice end, means when assistant stop, then over here we'll say active set active user to true. Okay, like that. And then we have the call start option as well. So this call start,
Are you ready for your interview on full stack?
it was start he started the asking me question, so that's why I stopped anyway. And then over here I will paste the call start functionality. Here I will add a toast message. We'll say
there.
call
Hey there. Welcome to your full stack developer
connected.
interview.
So here we'll say call connected, and then space start and everything. I think we have one more when the call is end, so that also I will go and I'm gonna add that. And when the actual call ended, we also console it, but here in the toast message we'll say call interview ended, we'll say interview ended. Okay, and then save it. So that's how you need to set everything. I think that's all we needed for now. Okay, and whenever the set active user is true and false depends on that one, we can add some effect to these images as well. So here I added this pulse effect, the animate ping effect. Okay, just added this span tag with the class name absolute, and just animate ping as a tailwind css class. Now this particular span tag I'm going to show only when the active user is not true. Okay, means when it's false it means the assistant is talking, and then we'll add an operator. Okay, and save it. And if you want to see, actually let me show you the opposite. And okay, let me do one thing, something like this only. See, okay, that's look beautiful. And same thing I'm gonna copy for this username, I will say, but make sure to wrap inside the div. And then here I will add a class name as position as a relative. Okay, something like this. See, but I don't know why the height changes. Okay, so that's also I added. I think that's all we needed. Perfect. Let's test this out. So I will go back and I will refresh this page. If you want to try the interview, right, let's try something else. I think I will try this one. So let's copy this. I will paste, and simply will say join interview.
Hi Rahul Senap, how are you? Ready for your interview on full stack developer?
Yes, I'm pretty excited.
That's the spirit. That's the spirit. Let's dive right in. First question, briefly explain your understanding of Git branching strategies and how you would manage feature development in a team environment.
So grid branching, it's very good, and it helps us to maintain the code when you are working with the different teams members, and your code will be at one place where you can uh, contribute to the complete project, etc, etc.
Got it. Git branching strategies help organize code and manage feature development effectively. Branching allows team members to work.
And that's how you will see this effect, and this effect will change the pulse effect only when the assistant talking or user talking. Okay, so these are some changes that you can make. It depends on what styling you want to add and everything. If you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section, because there are a lot of things that we need to implement. Now after giving the interview, we need to generate the feedback for that particular user. But as of now, we don't have any user information except the name. And there is a possibility when recruiter create this interview link, he might share directly through the any messenger, email or Slack, because we don't have functionality to send from our um, platform where we can store the data, right? So for that one, we need to add one more field on this page called user email, and from there you can get the user email. That email we're gonna save to our database once we generate the feedback. So simply let's go back. I will close this tab, and inside this interview ID we have this page.js. I'm gonna add one more input field similar like this full name. So here we'll say enter your email, and then we'll set the email ID obviously. Over here we'll say for example john@gmail.com as a placeholder, and then at the top I'm going to define a state which will hold the user email. Here instead of just email we'll say user email. And if you scroll down over here, make sure to set this user email. Now also once we have this user email ID, don't forget to pass it or save it to our hook, okay, so that in the next page we'll get that, okay, and save it. Now let's go back to the start, and inside this, inside the page.jsx, once the user in the conversation, we need to get all the conversation, okay. And also I added this prompt in that one. First thing, we need to pass a conversation, and depends on the interview conversation we need to generate the feedback. So the schema of the feedback will be like this. It will give us the rating, okay, in each category, like technical skill, communication, depends on how much skill, okay. This is just an example, but it will give the rating between 0 to 10, okay. Out of 10 it will get the rating. Then we'll get the summary in just 3 lines about that user, because we don't want the recruiter to read all of this information. The recommendation as well, whether this user is capable of for this position or not, and then message, okay. So all of this information obviously we need to generate with the help of AI. Very first thing, let's copy this all of this prompt, okay, and I'm gonna keep this prompt inside our constant file, and here we say export constant feedback prompt is equal to, and simply paste this prompt over here. Also you can modify this prompt according to your requirements, okay. Yeah, and obviously I'm going to share this file with you so that you can easily access it. Now next thing, let's go to this page.jsx, and it's time to get the all the conversation which is going to happen between the user and this AI assistant. Now in order to get all of this message through this Vapi also had one function or one callback event called Vapi on message. So it will return the complete message, and obviously I'm going to show you this quick example. So simply first add this event called message, and through this event we'll get the conversation. Let's save it and let's test this out, a quick example. So let's go back over here. I will give this interview. So let's add, and we'll join the interview. As soon as we join it, you will see this timer is running.
Hi Tubagurji, how are you? Ready for your interview on React Developer?
Yes, I'm pretty excited.
Awesome. Let's get started right away. First question, how familiar are you with React hooks? Give examples of hooks you've used and why you chose them.
There are a lot of hooks in the React, like use state, use effect, use context, and are very important for in the React lifecycle.
Nice start. By start. Could you give examples of where you've specifically used use state and use effect in a project and elaborate on why you chose them?
So over here, if you see, we have this conversation generated, and inside this conversation we have this all the chat between you and the assistant. So simply we are going to use these conversations, okay. So let's go back, and through this message you will get the conversation, okay. But here we have to make sure that only when your call is ended, and then only we want to generate the feedback. So simply what I'm going to do, I'm going to define a state. Here we'll say a conversation comma set conversation is equal to use state, and I'm going to save this conversation. So here we'll say set the conversation with message dot conversation, something like this. Okay, and we'll also create a new method called constant generate feedback and the arrow function. Now inside the generate feedback, obviously we need to pass this conversation. So first we'll call this method generate feedback only when this call is ended. So over here we'll say generate feedback, and then we need to create an API endpoint which will generate the feedback with the help of AI model. So inside this API we'll create a new folder. So inside this API we'll create AI feedback.js, just AI feedback obviously, and inside that we'll write a route.jsx. Here we'll say export async function, as this is a post call, and then inside that we'll say request. Now in that one we need to get a conversation is equal to await request dot json. Perfect. Now once we have this conversation, obviously we are going to use our prompt. So here we say prompt, or we'll say just a final prompt is equal to, and from the constant we'll use this feedback prompt. So make sure to import. Here we'll replace this conversation with the conversation. Obviously this conversation is in the form of JSON object, so I will just stringify and then I'm gonna pass it. Okay, and then we have this final prompt. Now this final prompt we're gonna pass to our AI model. So with the help of open router you can choose whichever model you want, and once the model is selected, for example, or simply you can do one thing, because we already implemented. So I will go to this AI model route and I will just copy this try catch block and we'll just replace the prompt. So over here everything is already there. Make sure to import this open AI, then you need to change this content to this final prompt is already there, so you don't need to make any changes. And I think that's all the changes we need. Okay, so because we already implemented, so we are just reusing that one, and then simply inside the generate feedback you need to call that. So here we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post. Inside this we'll need to provide the API slash AI feedback. Okay, so this is the API endpoint we just created, and then to this endpoint we need to pass the conversation as conversation. Okay, so once we pass, obviously it will generate the conversation for us. Here I will make this as async. Once it generated, you can console the result as well, and once we have the result data, you can get the content and then convert this, replace this JSON, so that we'll get the exact JSON, and then at the last we'll just parse it in order to save to our database. Now in order to save it to the database, obviously we need a column to add it. Okay, but before that, until this point we are going to console everything and we'll check whether everything is working or not. Okay, so I'm gonna test it. I will pause the video just to verify from my end, because otherwise the video will get longer and longer. Okay, now here if you see, it generated the feedback along with the rating, summary, and all the information which we needed. Okay, so that's how you need to implement it. Now whatever data we are getting inside this final content, directly we are going to save to our database. So let's go back to our application. Let's go to the Supabase, and here we are going to create a new table. We'll say interview feedback. Then you can add description if you want. Inside this we'll say user name of type varchar, then user email again is of type varchar. Then here we need to save the interview id. Okay, obviously this interview id is of type varchar. If you want you can save the job position as well, but it's not needed because we already have this interview id. Okay, then we want to save the feedback. Now feedback is in the form of JSON, so we are going to save it as a JSON only. And the last, recommended. So for the recommendation we'll say a boolean value, it depends on true or false. So initially you can set the default value or you can keep as it is, and simply let save this one. Now once this particular table is saved, obviously inside this table we are going to save all the feedback. I will update this settings as well, so I will disable this RLS and then go back. Now in order to insert the record you have either two options. Go to the insert row and here you can do the upsert matching row. Okay, upsert means we'll make sure you will not insert a new record, or we'll update the with a new value as well, but we're gonna simply use this insert row functionality. So copy this and we'll go back. Simply I'm going to use, then inside that make sure to import the Supabase. Here we have the table name and then we need to save a column. First it's a user name, so obviously that user name you can get it from the interview info dot username. Then we need a user email, which we can also get it from the interview info dot user email. Then we want to save the next important field, which is this interview id. So we'll say interview id, which is nothing but the interview id. Let me see whether we are getting this interview id over here. So right now we are not getting this interview id, so in order to get it you just need to write constant interview underscore id is equal to use params, because inside the parameter we already have this interview id, and you can also access that inside your start interview page. Okay, and then that interview id you can use it. After this we want to save the feedback, which is in the form of JSON. So here we'll say feedback, and obviously here we are generating the feedback, right? So make sure it is in the JSON format and then pass this content. Obviously this is the interview feedback content. And the last, recommendation. Okay, you can keep this recommendation as it is. I don't want to highlight that for now. Okay, and simply save this one. For now I will just save it as a true, or let's make it false only. So I will just copy this, I will make it false for now. Okay, and then save it. Once it is inserted you can just console log the data. Okay, so we'll get to know whether it's working or not, and then you need to navigate to the new screen. So let's add a router over here. And then over here we'll say router dot we'll say replace, and then it will navigate to the localhost slash interview id. We don't need interview id over here, we can just say completed. I think this will be good. Okay, because right now we have this interview and then we'll say complete. Okay, I think that will be a good option. I think that's all we needed. Let's save this one and let's test this out all together. So I will just test this out, and then at the finally if everything is works then I can show you the demo as well. Now after successfully testing it, if you see, I'm able to save this feedback along with the rating, summary, and recommendation as well. Okay, so that's how you need to implement it. If I go back to our application over here, we after saving it to a database, we want to navigate it. Okay, so instead of navigating to this particular route, I will navigate here. We'll say interview ID plus slash complete, or maybe say we can say completed. Okay, and this particular route we need to add under this interview ID folder, and we can just say completed. Over here we'll say page.jsx file and add a default template. Here we'll say interview complete. Now this page you can just design whatever style you want. Okay, it's not big deal. I'm gonna share this particular page UI with you. I'm not going to show it currently because it's just a static page which you want to add. Okay, but make sure one more thing, that I use this loading state. Okay, so whenever the feedback is generating, you can hide this connect disconnect button and just show the loading icon button. Okay, as simple as that, and everything will be same as it is. Now if you have question, any doubt while generating the feedback, then let me know. This feedback is very important because inside the schedule interview section we are going to show all the user feedback along with this beautiful UI format. So there is one quick fix that we need to do. Once we start the conversation and interview, and on the click of cut, sometimes the interview in the background is not get disconnected. Vapi is still in the active session and it will start speaking as well. Okay, so in order to clean that out and also to get the conversation, okay, as soon as we cut the call, here I added the use effect, and inside the use effect I created this handle message which will check if the conversation is there. Then only I am saving this conversation in the form of string. Okay, and here we have this vapi.on which we are using outside, right, not inside the use effect. So over here we used to do it, but right now I added inside the use effect, and after everything is completed, then we also make sure to clean that off. Same thing you can do it for all other methods like call start, call end, and everything. So what I will do, I will just add over here. Okay, and then once you add, you also need to make sure you will also remove or clean that all the calls, so or all the events. So simply I will say vapi dot off, and then you can give the event name. So in this case, let's say call start, and that's all you can do it. Okay, you don't need to provide anything over here. And here I added all of these, and in the function we added console.log. Okay, so easy peasy, and I think that's all we need to do. Let's save this one and let's test this out. So we'll test all the functionality together. So here I will put the name, the email, this is a fake email, and then I will join the interview, and then once it start connected.
Hi Rahul, how are you? Ready for your interview on React Developer?
Yes, I'm pretty excited.
Awesome. Let's dive right in. First question, how familiar are you with React hooks? Can you give some examples of hooks you've used and why you chose them?
I use React use state, use effect, use context. Basically, use state you use to for a state management to save and set variable. Use effect used to call any method whenever the component get load, and the use context when you want to share the data across the multiple components inside your application.
Nice. You've got a solid grasp on React hooks there. Using use state for state management and use effect for lifecycle methods are key. All right, next up, what are some of your preferred tools or libraries for building and testing React applications?
And boom, if you see, after completing the interview, it automatically redirects us to the interview complete page. And not only that, if I go to the table into our database here just now, we added this user, he gave this interview, and here is the feedback. Now obviously in this feedback, let me open this editor. Here we will see the rating, the summary, and the recommendation, right? Maybe this particular questions, there is lack of technical interview and blah blah blah. There are a lot of things in the summary it's written, right? And with the recommendation message as well along with the rating. And that's how easily we are generating the feedback and saving it. So this is the end-to-end demo that I really wanted to show you before moving to the next chapter. Now it's time to show all the created interview on our dashboard screen, where we can show all the previous created interview similar like this mockup. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and inside this I will go to the dashboard. Inside the dashboard we have this page.jsx, where we already have the component called latest interview list. Let's go to that, and here we are already showing we have the state called interview list, and if the interview list is null, then we are showing nothing but just an empty state, something like this, right? But if you have the interview list, then we need to show all the list or the interview which user created. But before that we need to get the interview list. So over here we'll say get interview list, and inside that from the Supabase we need to fetch it. So go to the interview. Obviously we already have some interview created, so I will go to the API doc and then click read rows. Here we want to get all the row, but obviously we are going to filter out depends on the user's email. So let's save this one. I will make this as async. Make sure to import the Supabase, and then here we'll add equal to. Then inside that you need to provide a column name which is the email. I will just make sure the column name is correct. So it's a username, say. So I will make sure it's a user email, and then we need to provide the current user email that we can get it from the use user hook, okay, which is the context we already created. And then we'll say user dot email. Once we have get the data, we'll just console all the interviews and then save it. Now this get interview list we need to call whenever we load this component. So obviously whenever we have the user information, then only call this method and save it. Now if I go back to our application and inside the inspect panel, let's go to the console. Here you will see we got the list of all the interview. Perfect. Now let's save this in this particular state. So we'll simply set the interview list with the interviews and then save it. Now in this case, if you see, the empty state is gone because we have the interview list, right? So let's show the interview list over here. Okay, so I will add condition if interview list and then inside the div tag I'm going to add, or we will just map this interview list dot map. Here we'll say interview comma index and the arrow function. Here inside this component I'm going to create another component to show that card. So here we'll say interview card dot jsx, add a default template, and then we're going to use this interview card. Now to this interview card, let's pass the interview information and just key as an index. Let's go to this interview card and let's accept this interview. Right now if I go back, you will see just text interview card multiple times. Now over here, as per the mockup, we want to show some logo, but right now we don't have a logo, so I will just show the color, primary color circle, and then on the right hand side we want to show the date. So over here we'll add a div. Inside the div I will just add another div, and for this one we'll add a class name. We'll give height to 40 pixel, width to 40 pixel, and background to primary. I will make a rounded to full and save it. Perfect. Then over here I want to show the date, right? So this date obviously we can get it from the interview, so we'll say interview dot, and if you see the result in the response, you will see this created at. Okay, so that's what we wanted, and save it. But if you see, this date is not in the correct format. Now in order to convert any date in a specific format, we are going to use moment.js library, which convert the date in any specific format, and it's very easy to use. First, make sure to install this moment library. So over here I will just install this library, and once you install, you can see the example how to format in a specific of any format, any date format to any specific required format. Okay, so easy. So simply I will go back, and over here I will wrap this in a moment. So this moment we need to import, and then we'll say dot format. Okay, here don't forget to import this moment library, and then you can mention it here. For example, let's say you want to add date, so we'll say dd then mmm and then yyyy. Okay, so date, month and year. And if I go back, here we'll see the day, month and year. Perfect, right? So that's how you can do it. Obviously we want that both the things in one line, so we'll say class name flex, item to be in the center, and then justify between. But for this div, we'll add a class name, we'll add a padding to, let's say, 5. Okay, then we'll add a background white, a rounded corner, so we'll make rounded large. You can add a border as well, and then save it. So this is how it will look like, but here we want this in the form of grid. So simply go to the latest interview list, and for this div we can add a class name and then make grid. Here make grid column, depends on how many column you want. So let's say when the screen size is smaller, you can show grid column 2. On medium or on large screen, we'll show grid column 3, and on extra large, we can show grid column 4 as well. Over here, don't forget to give the gap. Let's say gap of 5, and this is how it will look like. Instead of this column here, we'll make this 3, and otherwise I will make it 2 only. I think this is much better. Okay. Then let's go to this interview card again, and for this h2 tag I will make text smaller. Then we want to show the job position name, so over here we'll add an h2 tag, so make sure it is outside of this div. Okay, and here we'll say interview dot, and then you need to get the job position. Okay, so we already have this column called job position, that what we wanted to show, so we'll say job position. See, let's give margin top to this one, so we'll say class name margin top to, let's say, 3. Then we'll make font bold and text larger. After this we want to show the duration as well, so in h2 tag we'll say interview dot duration, and here as well we'll say margin top to, let's say, 2, and we'll make text smaller, or let's keep it like that. Okay, I think this is also good. See, and at the last we want to show 2 buttons, so here I will add a div. In the first we'll add a button, and this button will say copy link. Here I'm gonna add a copy icon as well, and for this one we want a variant as outline. Same thing, we're gonna add another button, and we'll say send. Over here we'll add a variant, or we don't want a variant, but I will just make sure we'll add a send icon and save it. Now we need to make this as a flex and gap to 3, and let's make this class name with the width to be full. Okay, And for this one as well, we need to add a class name with width to be full. So it's going out of the screen, that's weird. Let's fix that. And after making width full, so this is how it look like after refreshing. Here I will go margin top to 5, so some space, and boom. Okay, perfect. Obviously let's go to the interview list, and for this complete div we'll add margin top to 5, so some space between this text and our grid as well. Now on the click of this copy link button, we need to make sure we'll copy it to the clipboard. So here we'll say constant copy link and the arrow function. Here we need to pass a URL which we want to copy, and then inside that we'll say navigator dot clipboard dot write text, and inside that we'll simply write the URL. We'll also show the message, we'll say copied, and this copy link method we're gonna simply call when button is selected. Okay, I think we put it in the wrong component, so I will cut it from here and make sure to import it inside this interview card. Okay, and I think we don't need the URL as well, because from the interview we can directly generate it. So inside this, let's add constant URL is equal to process.env dot, and we want the host URL, so we'll say host URL plus slash interview slash and then interview dot interview ID. Okay, because obviously from the database we already have this interview ID, and similar way that we already created this URL, same way we are going to create, and on the click of this copy link button we are going to copy. Make sure to import this toast message as well and save it. Now let's go back and let's simply test this out. So if I click on this copy link, see it's saying copy. If I paste it somewhere, and okay, so interview is already there. Actually we don't need to add this interview text again, just slash I think. Okay, so let me copy it again. So if I copy this and paste it here, click enter, and boom, see how easy. So that's how you need to copy the link. Next, on the click of send, we want to open the email application. So in order to add or open mail, so here we'll say another method called constant on send, and obviously this method we're gonna connect to this button. We'll say on send, and on the click of this send button, first we'll say window dot location dot hrefs, and here we're gonna simply add mail to. Here you can add any mail ID, okay, or someone sample mail ID. Okay, so we'll say accounts at tubeguruji.com. Obviously you can replace that later, and here inside the subject is equal to, we can add the subject. So here we'll say AI recruiter interview link. Okay, and then you can even add the link as well, and then over here we can add and body, and inside that you can pass the link. So you can say something like this, interview link, and then the URL of that link. So let me copy this URL. I think we can keep this URL over here, so you can directly access everywhere, and then save it. And now if I go back, and if I say, let's say you want to send this one, so click send, and if you see it opened me the mailbox. So in my case, because I'm using a MacBook, it's opened the application, but in your case it opened inside the Chrome browser as well. Here one more thing we need to update is we need to order this list by descending order, because we want to show the latest created one at the first place. So inside the Supabase, when we are fetching the data, okay, over here you can add one more condition, dot order, and then you need to provide the column name. You can even provide the ID, because obviously that will be the good option, and inside that you can also mention ascending false. It means it will be the descending order. And now if I refresh it, and you will see the change. See, now the 6th April means the latest one is at the top, and then so on. You can even limit the number of interview list displayed on the first screen. So basically you can add dot limit to, let's say, 6 only. Okay, so only first 6 will display it on the screen, and if you want to see all the interview, you can go to this all interview tab. Here we already fetched the previously created interview. Now inside this all interview tab, we want to fetch or display all the previously created interviews. Okay, so similar structure, the everything will be similar, just the query is little different. We are not going to add a limit, and we're gonna show all the interview inside this all interview tab. Currently we don't have this route called all interview, so we are going to create this all interview tab. So let's go back, and inside this main we are going to create a new folder called all interview, and inside that we'll simply add page.jsx file. Let's add a default template, and here we'll say all interview and save it. Now we already know that from this component we are going to get the latest interviews. Okay, so I'm going to copy everything as it is until I think we can copy everything. Okay, so you don't need to worry about anything, just copy everything. So I'm gonna paste this. Okay, and we also copying all imports, or let's import it one by one. So make sure to import use state, use user, then the use effect, then Supabase. Now inside here we don't need to add a limit, so I will remove this limit as well. And then we need to import this video icon, the button, then the interview card. Now obviously this card we are going to reuse, so this particular component I'm going to import it from this dashboard component folder, and I think we are ready, and save it. Now if I go back to this all interview screen, now we have this all interview page. Here we use the use effect, so we have to make sure this component is on the client side, and boom, here we have this previously created interviews, but I will just rename this to all previously created interviews. Okay, and obviously right now we only have 6 interviews, that's why it's showing 6, and here you will see all the functionality will work as expected. Okay, so you don't need to make any changes, and that's how quickly it is, because we already have this particular component ready. Now it's time to implement the schedule interview section, where on this page we are going to show all the interview, but in that, on the click of this any of the interview, you can see all the interview details along with the candidates feedback. So if I go back to our application over here, we have to make sure inside the schedule interview we'll get the interview details as well as the candidate report, which is nothing but the interview candidate feedback. Okay, so this information obviously we need it from the database, and once user click on this candidate report, then we can show the report something like this. But if I go back to our Supabase, over here we need to make sure we'll get the interview information along with the interview feedback, which is belong to that particular interview ID. Obviously we need to join these two tables, and then we need to get the data. But the easiest way to do that is first we need to convert this interview ID as a unique ID. So I will go to this interview ID called edit column, and then inside the edit column I will make this as a unique. Okay, and then simply save it. After this, go to the interview feedback, and for this interview ID we'll edit the column. We are going to mark this as a foreign key, so we'll say add a foreign key, and then we need to, in order to from the which table you want to connect, so we'll select the interviews. Here we're gonna select the interview ID from the interview table. So in this way you can mark this particular column as a foreign key, and here you will find the details. Okay, and simply save it. Now it means these two tables are now connected, and here you will see the link as well. If I click on this one, you will see the information related to that one. And if I go to this interview as well, and if I go to this interview ID, you will see this interview ID which is connected to this interview feedback um, table. Okay, as simple as that. Now let's go back, and obviously when I click on this schedule interview, we want to create a new route called schedule interview. So let me close all of this tab first, and inside the main we'll create this schedule interview route. Inside that we'll create a page.jsx file, add a default template, and we'll simply rename this to schedule interview and then save it. Now if I go back here, you will see the schedule interview page. Now first thing, obviously we need to get all the schedule interview. So we'll say constant get interview list and the arrow function. Now inside that, as I tell you, right, that we need to connect these two tables, and from that one only we need to get fetch the data. And inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await Supabase dot from, and which is similar like this one. Okay, so we need to get it from the interviews table, right? And then we want to select the record. So over here we'll say dot select. Now inside this dot select we need to fetch some of the fields from the interview table. So over here we'll go to this interview, and we want job position, job description. So all of this field will fetch. So in this case we'll only fetch certain one. So we'll say job position, then we want a duration as well. So we'll say comma duration. Then we also can get the interview ID if you want. Okay, so we'll say interview underscore ID. Okay, and we want to fetch some record from the interview feedback. Okay, so here in this case I don't want to fetch all of these for now, so we'll just fetch user email. So here we'll say interview feedback, and inside that you need to provide which column you want to fetch. So we'll say user email. Okay, like this. And then we similar like this one, you can add the condition and you can then order it by. I will make this as async, and then we'll get the result and then save it. Now this particular method we need to call when the user information is available. Obviously from the hook we need to get the user information, so I will just copy paste that one, and we'll use this user hook. Inside the use effect we gonna call this method when the user information is available. And right now just to test it, we will just console the result, and then let's go back. Over here we use the use effect, so we need to make this component on the client side. And if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, here you will find an object, and inside the object there are 6 count, right? So we got the 6 result, but in the first one you will see we got the interview feedback as well. Inside that you will find only one element, because only one interview feedback we have, but for other it's empty. Okay, it means we are able to connect these two tables together, and we are able to get the data as well. Perfect. Now let's save this in a state. So we'll say constant interview list comma set interview list is equal to use state, and here we'll say set interview list to result and save it. Now here we're gonna just display all of this information. So inside the h2 tag we'll say interview list with candidate report or feedback. Here we'll make font bold, text large. And for this div we'll add my class name margin top to 5. I will increase this size to, let's say, XL. Perfect. Now obviously similar like this all interview, right? We just need to display all of this list as it is. So I will go to this all interview and I will copy this as it is, and then we'll paste it here. Okay. Obviously we already have this interview list and everything, but only thing that we wanted to change is this interview card. Okay. Also we have this empty state, so I will keep this empty state. Make sure to import all of this button and everything. Make sure to import this interview card, but there is some change that we are going to do. But for now let's save this one, and here if I go to the schedule interview, you will see this all the interview. Pretty good, right? But over here we'll pass one prompt comma we'll say view detail, and we'll pass it as a true. Okay, and go to this interview card, accept this view detail fill or prop, and now what it will do, whenever the view detail is true, by default we can mark it as a false, but when it's true then we don't want to show this button. Okay, so basically I think let's hide complete div. So over here we'll say if view detail is not true then only show this, otherwise we're gonna show other button, and that button will call it as a view detail. So here we'll say view detail. Here we'll say arrow right, and to this class to this button we'll add a class name margin top to 5, weight to full, and we'll also add a variant as outline. And obviously on this schedule interview you will see a different way. Okay, so right now it's saying interview list dot map is not a function, so let's fix that. So I will go to this schedule interview, and here we have the error. That's weird. Let's save this one. Let's take this out now. And one more thing, we got this error which is saying the interview list dot map not function, because we need to save it as a result dot data, and inside that we have this all of this information. Let's save this and let's see, and now we don't have any error. Perfect. Obviously we are supposed to display the view detail button over here, so make sure over here we have the spelling mistake, so make sure it's a view detail. And now if you see we have this view detail button as well. Now as you already have the candidate information, right? So that candidate information also we are going to show over here, that how many candidates already gave the interview. So for that one, let's go to this interview card, and inside this interview card we have this duration. I'm going to add a span tag, and we'll simply add a condition as well. So but here we'll say interview dot, and the field name is, if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, here we need to write a length of this interview feedback. So we'll say interview feedback length. So we'll say interview dot interview feedback. So I need to do like this actually, dot length. Perfect. And we'll say candidates and save it, and here we have the candidates. See, now obviously for this s2 tag I will make it flex, justify between. See, also we can change the color little bit, so I will add a text gray 500. I think this is much better. If you want you can change the color. So for this span tag we'll make text green color. Let's make it dark. Perfect. So in this case, if you see, it has a 1 candidate, it has a 0 candidates and everything. So obviously if you want to see the details from this, you can just click view details, and then we're gonna show all the details. But main important thing here that you must need to implement by joining these two table and get the result from the two table. So you don't need to make an duplicate API call and map the function with this Supabase query. You can able to fetch it. Now, in order to display the interview details, on the click of this view detail, it will navigate to the new screen called interview detail, and on that one you can see all the information, the job position, duration, when it created, along with the type and the job description. You can also display the interview question, okay, because you already have that interview question list and the candidates who already gave the interview, along with the option to view the report. And on the click of that one, we are going to show a dialog on with all of this report information. Okay, so just the thing that we already have the information, you just need to display the UI. So let's go back to our application, and inside this we are going to add a nested route inside this schedule interview. So we can call it as a details. And okay, so I think let's delete this details page. Inside that we need a dynamic route. So here we'll say interview ID, and then inside that you can add details, and inside the detail page we need to add page.jsx in the detail folder, and then here we'll say interview detail and save it. Now obviously you can get the interview ID over here, so we'll simply say constant interview underscore ID is equal to use params. Now as you know that we use the hook, so we need to mark this as a use client, okay, and from here we will get the interview ID. Now obviously we are going to divide this section in multiple different components. So first we'll show the detail, then we're going to show the candidate information. So for that one, obviously first we need to fetch the interview information. So over here, and that interview details information we need to fetch depends on the interview ID. So simply we'll say constant get interview detail and the arrow function. Now if you remember, if I go to our schedule interview, this is the Supabase call we make, this is the query. So I will copy this query and we'll paste it here. Make sure to import the Supabase and async. Now here the only difference that we need to do, along with this equal, we need to add another condition. So here we're gonna simply add another equal to, and inside that we need to pass an interview ID. So here we'll say interview underscore ID, comma the interview ID which we already have. If you don't want to pass already, it's okay, because it doesn't matter, and we'll get only one record. So inside the console I will write the result, and this particular method we're gonna call here. If you don't want the user email, that also fine, okay, it's a completely optional thing, but it's always better to use it, and that's the reason I imported this use user hook. Inside this use effect we're gonna call this particular method only when we have the user information, and then save it. Now on the page.jsx, on the click of view detail, we want to navigate to that particular page. So let's go to this interview card, and here we have this view detail. So I will just wrap this inside the link tab, and we'll add hrefs. Make sure to wrap this, and to this link tag we'll simply navigate to the schedule interview. So I will say slash schedule interview slash interview ID. So we'll get the interview ID. I think we need to get it from the interview dot interview ID, then plus slash detail and then save it. Okay. Now obviously if I click on this view detail, it will navigate to this schedule interview, the interview ID and detail page. I think something we missed. So make sure the route need to be an schedule interview. So I think maybe spelling mistake or something, not sure, but we'll figure it out. So inside the dashboard, so inside the main, sorry, we have this interview ID. Obviously we are going to interview ID, and then we are saying details, not just a detail. Okay, so that's what we miss. So if I go back now and click view detail, now it will jump to that interview detail page. Perfect. Now let's go back to our interview detail page, and on this page here, similar like this mockup, we are just going to say at the top interview detail. So over here we'll say interview detail. We'll add a font bold text to Excel. We'll say class name margin top to 5, and then inside this detail, or maybe you can create under the schedule interview with a new component folder, and we can call it as underscore component, or sorry, just underscore components, and inside that we'll provide the job detail.jsx file. Okay, or you can say interview detail.jsx file, detail container. Now I will add a default template and make sure to import this particular component, interview detail container. Now to this interview detail container, you need to pass the data which you just fetched it. Okay, now if I save it and go back, I will also make sure to go to the console to verify that we get the data, and inside the object, inside the data, the first element, we have these details, and that's all the detail we want. But in this case, along with the job position, we also want other column from the interviews, like job description, type, question list. Okay, so just add that one. So over here we'll say job description, comma, type, then question list, and all of these details. I will bring this down. Oh, I can't. And obviously from the feedback as well, we need other information that will get it. So if I go to this interview feedback, we need the username, user email. Also don't forget to add the created at column. So over here we also add created at. Okay, let me wrap this in this code so that I can bring this down, and inside this interview feedback we need a user email, user name, then we want the feedback, so we'll say feedback, and then we'll say created at, means when user completed the interview, so that particular date, and then we'll save in state. So here we'll say constant interview detail, comma, set interview detail is equal to use state. And simply I am going to set this interview detail with the result dot data of first item. Okay, because obviously if you see inside the data we have the first item that only we wanted, and then save it. Now once we have this interview detail, simply send this. So here we'll say interview detail as interview detail and save it. Now let's go to this interview detail container, and at the top we'll add a h2 tag. Here don't forget to accept the interview detail as a prop, and then here we'll say interview detail dot job position and save it. I will make sure it displaying on the screen. See, perfect. Now obviously for this div we'll add some styling. So here we'll add a padding to 5, we'll add background white, Then we'll also make rounded large and save it. Perfect. Let's give margin top, so we'll say margin top to 5. Now once we have that, obviously next on the next line we can add the one div. Inside this div you can add another div, and here we'll add h2 tag, we'll say duration. Then in another h2 tag we'll add a timer, or maybe we can add a clock, and then we'll provide a duration. So here we'll say interview detail dot duration and save it. And if you see, okay, here we have this duration. Perfect. Obviously for this one you need to add a class name flex. Then we'll say text smaller, and for this clock we'll add height to 4, width to 4, and for the duration we'll add a class name text extra small, so make sure text is XS, and here we'll say make text gray 500. Perfect. Now obviously for this div we'll add a margin top to, let's say, 4 in the class name. I think the duration is very small, so I will keep this small, and here I will keep this medium, and here I will also add item to be in the center, gap to 3. Perfect. We can add margin top to, let's say, 1. Don't add that, I don't think so it's a good idea. Anyway, here I will also make this small and font bold, because that's how it look like. See, now in the middle we want a created on. Okay, so I will just copy this 2 more times. Okay, and let's see how it looks. See, obviously we want everything in one line, so for this div we'll make it flex. Then we'll make item to be in the center, and then we'll say justify between, so each of these on the 3 different position: left, middle, right. Then for this one we'll say created on. Here I will add a calendar icon, and over here obviously we want to add a created on, but oh, I don't know why this did not came. Let's see the field name. It's always good go back and see what is the field name. So inside the data, if you see, we have this created at and not created on. And also we want to change or format this particular date. So we'll pass it to the moment, then we'll say format, and then you can add the format. So let's add like mmm, then dd, comma yyyy, and save it, and boom. See, perfect. I think the space is too much between this, so here we'll make this gap to 2. I think this is much better. And then we have this duration as well. Oh, not duration, but here we need to make a type. And for the type we already have fetching this type. So if I go to the console and inside the object, you will see this type. Okay, so this type I am going to show, but we need to convert this type into a JSON, and then you can show that. So here we'll say type. Let's try to convert this into a JSON, and the first element, let's see how it looks. See, type technical. Now only for this particular div tag I'm going to add some padding X. Okay, when the screen size is larger we'll add a padding X to or padding left only or right only to, let's say, 52, something like this. Say, I think this is much better. Now next thing, we need to add a job description. So I will add a div. Inside this we'll add a h2 tag, we'll say job description. For this div we'll add a class name margin top to 5, For this, we'll add a class name, we'll make font bold. Then we want to display all the job description. So over here inside this p tag, we'll say interview data details dot job description. I think for this particular one, I gave the very small job description. Let's see other. Okay, so in this case, we have an error because it's not a valid JSON, it's a undefined. So that also we need to handle. So maybe we can say if interview detail is available, then only show this type. And see, perfect. Now for this job description, we can make class name text small. Perfect. And also we can add, now in order to give some spacing between this text, this line, you can add a tailwind CSS class called leading. And let's say for example, if I added the leading 6, and if you hover, you will see this corresponding CSS value for that one. And if I go, this is how it look like. Perfect, right? And then we can also show the interview questions. So in another div tag, I will copy this similar h2 style format, and here we'll just say interview questions. Inside these interview questions, obviously we need to show all the questions. So for this, we'll add a class name and we'll add a margin top to 5. Over here I will add a div, and then from the interview detail, so we have the interview detail. Then if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, here you will find, oh, not this one, this object I believe, yeah. And if you see inside this, we have the question list, and this question list we need to show. So we'll say map, we'll say questions, or we'll say just item because already questions field already there. And here we'll just simply display h2 tag. Inside this we'll say question. First I will show the index dot, and then we'll say item dot question, and boom, say. But that looks so weird, right? So what we can do, we can add a class name text extra small, then make sure it's index plus 1, so it will start with a 1. And for this div, we'll add a class name, we'll make it grid, and make grid column 2. We'll give gap to 5. See, something like this. Obviously on the wider screen is look much better, and I think that's what we want. Perfect. Okay. Over here, if you want, you can add an icon as well. So if I add a question, I don't know what we can call it as a, so we have file question, many others. Let's add this beautiful one. Here we'll add a class name, height to 3, width to 3, and we'll make this as a primary as well. Obviously we need to, let's make this 4, and here we'll make this flex. I think let's remove, it's not look good to me, and we'll keep this only, this interview questions. Also we'll give margin top to 3 between these things. Perfect. So that's how we are done with this job details component. Now next thing, we need to show the candidate information who gave the interview. So basically we need to create another component for that. So under the component we'll say candidates list, or we'll say candidate list dot .jsx, add a default template, and make sure to import this inside the page.js file. So we'll say candidate list and then save it. Now for this candidate list as well, you can pass the interview detail, or you can just pass the specific information. So you can just pass this interview feedback instead of passing all of this value. So to this candidate list, I'm going to pass detail, just we'll say detail, and then interview detail dot interview feedback. So let's go down, and then of first element. Here you don't need to provide this question mark, and then save it. Okay, now go to the candidate list and get this detail. So make sure it's a detail only. Okay, and then you have this all the detail information. Over here we have an error, so it's saying cannot read property of undefined. So let's see why. So you can add question mark and then dot. Here will also question mark and dot, so that you will not get any error. And then inside the data, obviously inside this interview feedback, we have this user name, user email, and the feedback, actual feedback. Okay, but right now in order to display, we need these two two field along with this created ad. So let's show it on the screen, and let me show you this markup. So it's very easy. The profile pic, name, this particular when it's completed, and the detail. So let's go to the candidate list. Over here we'll add a class name, padding to let's say 5, or let's add 5 for now. One more thing I realize, we don't need to only first element, because it might be a list, right? More than one candidate can be there, so pass everything, and here we'll say instead of detail we'll say candidate list. Okay, and not just a detail, so that is more meaningful. And over here we'll add a div. You don't need to add this padding here, but we'll iterate this candidate list. Let me remove this div for now, and then candidate list dot map. Here we'll add a candidate comma index and the arrow function. Now inside that you can add a div. Here we'll make key at the index. To this div we'll add a class name, we'll add padding to 5. Then inside the h2 tag we're gonna simply show the candidate initial. So we'll say candidate dot user name and the first character from it, and save it, and let's see whether it's displaying on the screen or not. See, also I think I forgot to add over here in h2 tag we'll say candidates. Okay, and you can show the length of the candidates, how many candidates are there. So we'll say candidate list dot length. Make sure to put inside the curly braces. Here we'll add a class name, font bold, and then we'll give margin y to 5. Now once we have this R, obviously I'm going to change the background to primary. We'll add padding to let's say 3 and make rounded full. Make it rounded full actually. Okay, I think that's much better. Now next thing, we want to add a div. So let's add a div, and inside this div we want to add the username. So we'll say candidate dot username. Now for this div we'll make it as a flex and gap to let's say 3. Also we'll make item to be in the center. Perfect. Now for this profile you can add the specific width, or you can add padding x to 5. Make it 4. Let's see how it looks. I think 4.5. I don't know whether it's possible or not. Yeah, I think that is possible. See, and we can make font bold, text white. Perfect. See, and then once we have the username, you can also add here with a completed on. So here we'll say completed on, then we'll say candidate dot created at, but here obviously we need to format that, so we'll say moment. So make sure to import this moment library dot format, and then we can add month, date, comma YYY and save it. Now for this h2 tag we'll add a class name, small, text, gray, let's say 500. Perfect. The name will just add a font bold. Okay, and for this particular div we'll also make background white, make rounded to large. Perfect. And this is the candidate information. On the right hand side we want to show a button, so over here we can add a button, and to this button we can just say view report. The variant will be outline, and inside the class name we'll say text to be primary. So here we need to add a candidate list, something like this, and save it. Perfect. See, now obviously this button we want on the right hand side, right? So basically you need to wrap this 3 content in another tab, and then to this one we make flex item to be in the center, and then we'll give gap to 5, and to this one we'll make justify between. See, perfect. Obviously right now we only have one candidate who completed this particular what we can call it as feedback interview, right? And that's the reason we have the feedback for this particular candidate only. Now if I go back to this interview feedback where we have this feedback, and in that feedback you will get all of this information. Now inside this feedback we also have this total rating field inside the feedback rating, so that also we wanted to show. So for now as a dummy we can show, so inside this div we can show that, because if you see this mockup we have this rating over here, right? So that's the reason. So over here we'll add a h2 tag, and let's say for example 6 out of 10. We'll add a class name and we'll make text green and save it, so that we can display that. Obviously we need to make this class name flex gap to 3 and item to be in the center. Perfect. Okay, so this is how easily we added this interview detail screen, and obviously you can go to this any interview, and here we will find the details for any interview which you created, depends on the job description. Now next, on the click of this view report we wanted to show the user feedback, and as I told you in the beginning that we wanted to show the UI like this, where you will see all the information, and this all the information we already have inside our database. Now when we click on the candidate report we want to show a dialog, and on that dialog we're gonna show this particular feedback information. So in order to add a dialog, let's go to this shared scene and search for the component called dialog, and this is the component. If I click on this one, this is how the dialog will open. So first we need to install this particular component from the shared scene using this npm command, and once it is installed we're gonna keep inside we'll create a new component under the component folder, and we can call it as a candidate feedback dialog.jsx. Add a default template and then save it. Now inside this obviously we need to import this components. So over here I will import all of these statements, and then we'll copy this example and we'll paste it here. Now obviously this is the dialog trigger which will open the dialog, but we want to open our dialog on the click of our own view report button. Okay, so either you can put the view report button on this dialog trigger so that it will directly open it. Okay, so what you can do, I will go to our candidate list and I will cut the button from here and we'll paste it inside this dialog trigger. Here don't forget to add it as a child, and I will make sure to import this button component as well and then save it. Now this particular component we need to add instead of this button. So here we'll say candidate list and then save it, or not candidate list, sorry, the candidate feedback dialog. So this particular dialog we added, let's save this one and let's test this out. So if I click on view report, or let me refresh this screen once. So if I click view report, you will see this dialog. Obviously you can change the width of this dialog so that we can fit all our content. So in order to change the width, first we'll go to this dialog, and if you scroll right, completely right, so over here if I go to the right, okay, inside this content, okay, here if you see maximum width is limit to the large, okay, to up to 512 pixel. So here we're going to change this to, let's say, maximum, which is kind of 4XL. Okay, obviously it will update your layout as well. See, if you want to make 3XL, you can do that. I think this is much better. And now if I go to our candidate feedback dialog, over here similar like this one, we're gonna show the details. So I will rename this to feedback and save it. Now inside the description I'm going to add a div. Here I will make it as a child and save, and then we want to show all the details. Now to this dialog feedback, sorry, candidate feedback dialog, we need to send the information. Okay, so over here we have this candidate information, one by one we want to send it. So obviously we'll pass only this candidate information. Let's go to this. Here we'll say candidate, and first thing we wanted to show, let's say you want to display the name of the candidate. So we'll say candidate dot user name, and see the username is displaying on the screen. Now obviously we want to show an author, so I will just copy this author from this h2 tag. Okay, and what else we need it, so we also need this one, and on the right hand side we have this one. So let's copy this complete section as it is, and I will paste it inside this feedback dialog component. Obviously I'm going to change. First we added this author, then we added the username. Instead of completed on, we're going to show the username. So I will remove this and we'll say candidate dot user email. Perfect. Obviously we don't want this dialog, okay, and just we want this how much total percentage. I will make this primary, we'll make this 2XL, and we'll also make font bold. So if I click view report, so this is how it looks, but we want that in the right hand side. So basically I will wrap this in one div, and then we'll make class name flex, justify between item to be in the center. See, for this div we'll add a class name margin top to 5. Perfect. Next thing, we want to add this skill assessment. So we'll say skill assessment. For this one we'll add font bold, and then we'll add a div tag. Now we already have the progress bar, right? And with the help of that, we're gonna add. So inside the first div, we'll add a s2 tag. Here we'll say technical skills, and then inside the span tag, we'll add, let's say 9 out of 10, for example. Okay, so here we'll make the class name flex, justify between, and then we want to add a progress bar. So we'll say progress, and this component we want to add. Here we need to provide a value depends on the total. So obviously if it's a 7, then we need to multiply it by 10, because progress is start from 0 to 100. So in this case we will say 9 into 10 and save it, and let me show you how it looks. See, beautiful, right? Obviously we need to give margin top to 5, say margin top to 3, and for this one as well we say class name margin top to 1. Perfect. But in a one row we want to show in 2 different columns. So for this one we'll make it grid column 2, and then we'll add another div, and this is how it look like. But obviously make sure to add some gap. Let's make it 10. See, something like this. Let's add 2 more time, and here we need to add for the communication. Then we have the problem solving and the experience, and save it. Perfect. Now obviously we want to display it from the actual result. Okay, so we have this feedback, and inside that we have the rating, correct? So what we can do, we'll create a constant, we'll say feedback, and that we can get it from the candidate dot feedback. Now from the feedback we can show all the rating. So over here we'll say feedback dot rating dot technical skills, and save it, and let's say whether it's working or not. And if you see, it's not working. So obviously we need to figure this out. So let me refresh the screen once. I will just make sure it's still not working. It means I think so look like the field we are accessing is incorrect. So I will go to inspect, go to the console, and inside the data obviously we are passing this feedback. In the first we have this feedback, again inside the feedback we again have feedback. That's weird. So that's how we need to access. So here make sure it's a feedback dot feedback, and then we have the result. See, make sure to pass this over here as well. So for now, oops, you don't need to add this. I will just replace everywhere wherever we need it, and then here as well, so that it will calculate the progress bar and it will update it. Now after the technical skills we have the communication. So for the communication, here we'll say communication. Sorry, I will just expand this, and we'll just copy the communication, and here as well communication, then the problem solving, then we have the experience, and save it, and then you will see the change. Perfect. So that's how it works. Okay, then we want to show the performance summary. So after this particular div, I'm gonna add another div. Here we'll add a class name margin top to 5. The title will give as a performance summary, and inside the class name we'll say font bold. Now inside here we'll add a p tag, and then we just need to show the summary. So if I go to the inspect panel and we'll check the which field which from where we can get the summary. So if I go to the data, interview feedback, here inside the feedback we have this summary. Okay, obviously it's a list of summary, but you can just display all of them or you can just iterate that. So what we can do, we can say feedback dot summary dot map, and then we'll say summary comma index and the arrow function, and then we can directly show that. So inside the p tag we can show the summary. Here we make key as an index and save it. Let's see how it looks on the screen first, and I will wrap inside the div. For this div we'll add a padding to 5, background secondary. Okay, then we'll add margin top to 3 and rounded corners to medium, something like this. See, perfect. So this is the performance summary for that given student, and the last we need to show whether this candidate is recommended or not. Okay, so after this div we'll add another div, and let me show you the mockup for that one. So this is how we're gonna show this. If there is a no, then we'll show in the red format. If there is yes, then we'll show in the grid format. So basically for this we'll add padding to 5, and obviously we want to add a conditional styling. Here we're going to add a condition, and we'll say if feedback dot recommendation so is equal to no, then we're going to add background red, let's say 100. Otherwise we'll add background green 100. Also we'll make a rounded medium. So maybe we need to add at the start, we'll say rounded medium. Now here we'll say h2 tag, and we'll say recommended for higher or no. Okay, so that text we need to write it. So we'll just need to write like recommendation message, and inside the p tag we'll write that message. So we'll say feedback dot this particular field called recommendation message, and save it, and let's see how it looks. Perfect. See, obviously it's showing red because it's not recommended. And here we'll add a class name. Again it's a conditional, so again I will add same condition, and but over here we'll add red 600, otherwise green 600, or make it 7 actually. And for this one as well, so I will just copy this same class name, over here as well we'll make 500 and 500 and save it. But make sure it's not the background, it needs to be a text. Perfect. For this we'll make a font bold, and then on the right hand side we want to show a button as well. So I will just make sure to wrap this in a one div so that we can add a button. And we'll say send message. Okay, so whatever you want. And for this I will again copy this feedback communication as it is, and we'll add a class name. And in this case we can make red 700, green 700, and save it. And then at the last we need to make this as a flex item to be in the center and then justify between. See, so that's how we can show user the feedback. Okay, so guys, that's all. If you have any question, any doubt regarding this one, let me know in the comment section. Here I will forget to add the padding, so we'll add padding to margin top to 10, and then there is your feedback. So this is how easily we add it, right? And obviously if you have multiple one, you can just add that and then you can see all the details. So until this point, if you have any question, any doubt regarding all these particular chapters, let me know in the comment section, because next chapter is quite interesting, and at this stage we are going to convert our application to a SaaS application. As we need to convert this application to a SaaS and limit user to a certain credits, here inside our database we already have this credit column. Now when users join very first time, we are giving user 3 credits. It means user can create a 3 interview. But if user want to create a more interview, we need to add more credits. Obviously with the help of payment gateway, user can pay to our service and add more credits. But before that, we have to make sure whenever user create a credit, we need to update this credit, and we obviously do the -1 from the credits every time when user create a new interview. So let's go back to our application, and where when we create the interview, that time we need to update the credits as well. So basically inside our dashboard we have this create interview, and inside the page.jsx we have this interview link and question link along with the form. Now inside this question list component, obviously after generating the question list and clicking on the finish, we are saving the interview information. At the same time we need to also update the user credits. Okay, so for that one I'm going to write the method over here. So simply here we need to update user credits. Now inside our user, inside the using the use user, we already have the credit information as well. Okay, so in order to update, if I go to this API doc, here we will find an update row query, how to implement it. So for now I will just copy this example and we'll paste it here. Now inside this I will remove this and I will just write user update. Now we need to update the user table and the column which we want to update. So here we'll say credit. So I will make sure it's just a credits. Okay, and then the value. Now obviously value we need to get it from the user dot credits, and obviously we have to make sure it's a number -1. Okay, then we need to compare the parameter. Obviously from the user we also have this ID as well as this email, but I will use the email because everywhere we use this email. So I will compare, or I will check the email is correct, and then I will use this user dot email and then select. Okay, so right now we are just updating this particular credit, and then inside the console log we'll just say user update. Okay, and obviously it will return whether the user updated the credits or not by returning the result. So that's how easily you can update the credits. Okay, but we have to make sure whenever you click on the create interview, you have to check whether the credits is more than 0 or not. Okay, so inside the page.jsx, you can either check onto this on go to next. Okay, so once user fill the form, okay, inside this if condition, we'll check if user make sure the user information is here. So I will use this user information, and here only we'll check if user dot credits is greater than 0, then only, oh sorry, if it's less than equal to 0 obviously, then we'll say return nothing, and inside the toast message we'll say please add credits and save it. Okay, obviously let me test this out. So I will make this credits 0 for now. Okay, I just updated these credits, and if I go to our dashboard here, if I try to create a new interview, so if I click on this create new interview and add the details, we'll select the duration, everything, and click generate question, it will see, it will ask to add the credits, see. Okay, so make sure that you will add this condition. You can either add this condition at the top, but I'm going to add it here because if you want to add on this place, we have to make sure at many of the other places like this button and everywhere you have to add the that particular condition. Okay, so that's the only thing that we need to check and update the credits.